Well, good morning, everyone. It's Tuesday, the 11th of October, 2022. Welcome to the regular council meeting. As a reminder, all public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 40-1. There has been an agenda circulated. Would there be any additions or deletions to that agenda? Seeing none, I look for a motion to adopt. Councillor Melhoff, all those in favor? And that's carried. Also, the minutes from the regular council meeting of the 27th of September have been circulated. Were there any errors or omissions in that document? If not, I would look for a motion to accept those minutes. Councillor Cermak, all those in favor? And that's carried. That brings us down to item 4, more specifically item 4.1, which is a public hearing. I'll call this public hearing to order at, I believe it's 9:02, somewhere in there. I'll just outline the process to be used. Everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when told it is their turn, shall identify themselves and their organization, if any, and whether they are in favor or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted, and breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. Firstly, the development officer will explain the background of the application. Then the applicant will be invited to outline the reasons for the application. At any time, the council members may have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will then be read out. Then, anyone who is present and whom is in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application. The applicant will have the last word and thus respond to any issues raised previously. So before I turn it over to staff, I think it would be appropriate for a round of introductions. I'll start with Councillor Melhoff, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Jenny Melhoff, and I'm the Councillor for Division 1.
Hello, Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor.
Good morning, Darrell Lougheed, Councillor for Division 3 in Reeve.
Good morning, welcome, Neil Ratcliffe, Division 5.
Welcome, Brian Cermak, Division 6.
Hello, Michelle Swanson, Division 7.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CAO.
Good morning, Dustin Bisson, Planner.
Holly Bealey, Development Officer.
Mason Adamswiz.
Miranda Polo.
Welcome, everyone. I guess I'll turn it across to our Development Officer, Ms. Bealey, to outline the background to the application.
Sure. So the applicants are new purchasers of the north or southeast of 1735-5, containing 152.61 acres, wherein approximately 18 acres is zoned institutional. The proposal is to revert the institutional portion back into the quarter section and have it designated ag. The subject land is located approximately 9 miles southeast of the village of Caroline. The quarter section in its entirety is rolling tree-covered land. The central portion of the quarter section, the institutional district portion, has 2 yard sites. The main yard site is where the applicants reside, and it has a residence, garage, and a large pole shed, along with various corrals and pens. The second yard site is complete with a cabin, garage, and small shop, and that's where the applicant's hired hand stays. There is also a residential subdivision taken out of the southeasterly portion of the quarter section. Legal and physical access to the subject land is via Highway 22, and it's located to the south easterly portion of the quarter section. A land use amendment was done in 2015 to spot zone this 18 acres, and it was for Addictions Canada, a drug and alcohol facility. That's no longer operational, and it's the applicant's hope to revert the land back to its original designation, being agricultural. The applicant is currently grazing cattle and horses on this 18-acre portion and other farm animals. So for planning direction, I've included two sections from the municipal development plan, one with regards to the land use compatibility and the other in regards to what to evaluate when redesignating land, such as the impacts on adjacent lands, scale and density, and road requirements, just to name a few. From Clearwater County's land use bylaw, I've included the agricultural district, the general purpose where it is to accommodate agricultural land uses and to conserve good agricultural land. So for planning considerations, the redesignated portion from institutional to ag is the most suitable designation for the land. Addictions Canada no longer operates out of the quarter section, and therefore the institutional designation is no longer needed. The proposal complies with the municipal development plan in Clearwater County's land use bylaw, as the applicant is actively farming the land, which is more compatible with adjacent lands. As required by legislation, today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspapers, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon consideration of today's public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third reading to bylaw 1123.
Thank you very much. Would council have any questions of the development officer? Seeing none, I guess I would ask if the development officer, or ask the development officer to present any comments received from referral agencies.
We did have some comments that came in. Alberta Transportation indicated no permits are required and they had no objections. TELUS had no objections. Blue Mountain Power Co-op, no objections. Public Works Infrastructure, they had reviewed it, no objections. And Public Works Operations, same thing. The Municipal Planning Commission reviewed the application on September 28th and recommended council favorably consider granting second and third reading.
Thank you very much. I guess at this time I'd ask if the applicants would like to speak to the proposal or add any comments in support of their request or to respond to any of the agency comments.
Is there anything you'd like to add?
No, I'd just like to add that I'm a fourth generation farmer from out by Drumheller. And my brother got kind of sick, so we separated the farms and I moved up here, get smaller, stay going with the business, and just looking forward to doing that.
Okay, thank you for that. I guess at this time I would invite comments from any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application. Again, that's any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application. Seeing no one, I ask the development officer, were there any written submissions in favor of the request?
No written submissions were received.
Okay, thank you for that. At this time, I would ask if there was any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition to the application. Again, any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition. Seeing none, I will check with the development officer if there were any written submissions opposing the request.
There were no written submissions received.
Okay, thank you for that. And I guess before we close the hearing, I just ask if you have any final comments or anything you'd like to say or any final remarks.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. I shall close the hearing and no motions are entertained at this moment. We will be moving on to item 5.1. Again, that is consideration of second and third readings to bylaw 1123/22 for application number 0622 to amend the land use bylaw. And again, I believe I turn the floor across to you, Ms. Bealey.
So the purpose of bylaw 112322 is to amend Clearwater County's land use bylaw to redesignate the 18 acres from institution to agricultural. As previously mentioned, the subject land was designated to accommodate an addictions facility, which is no longer operational. Since the land has changed hands, the new landowner would like to continue operating, actively farming on the property, and therefore the institutional district is no longer relevant, and he would like to revert it back to agricultural. At the regular council meeting held on July 26, council reviewed and gave first reading to Bylaw 1123. Upon consideration of the representation made at the public hearing today, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third reading. Thank you, Reeve.
Okay, thank you. So again, we have the information and background before us, results of the public hearing. Any comments from council? Councillor Swanson.
Yes, I was a part of the MPC back in 2015 when that was redesignated, and so for me, this is the proper way or proper use to go back to ag. So I'd be pleased to make a motion to go to second reading.
Okay, thank you for that. Further discussion on that?
I was doing the same thing.
Same thing, okay. Further discussion on the motion before us, second reading. All those in favor then? And that is carried. And again, we'll be looking to move on to third reading. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Absolutely, this makes sense. That's what the current land use is, and I am very much a person that like things zoned the way they're actually being used, and I would be pleased to make the motion for third reading.
Okay, thank you for that. Discussion on that motion. Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That takes us further down the agenda to item 5.2, and that is a first reading of Bylaw 1129/22 for application number 10/22 to amend the land use bylaw. And I believe for this, we go to Mr. Bisson.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed, and good morning, council. So Ron Leopard currently holds title to Plan 1224358, Block 3, Lot 14, which is part of the Southeast 2439-8, containing 28.39 acres. The subject land is in the Country Residence Minor Industrial District, CRMI. This application is for the redesignation of approximately 1.20 acres of the subject land to Country Residence Agricultural for the purpose of consolidating the land with Plan 992-3218, Block 3, Lot 6. This lot is presently designated CRA, containing 4.2 acres, and it is also owned by Mr. Leopard. The new parcel being created would be a 5.4 acres in size. The subject land is located approximately 3 miles west of the town of Rocky Mountain House in the Pine Ridge Estates multi-lot subdivision. Access to the subject lands are accessed via an existing approach off of Pine Ridge Drive and Pine Ridge Alley. Plan 992-3218, Block 3, Lot 6, containing 4.2 acres, contains a residence located in the southeast portion of the subject land. There is no development located on the area to be redesignated within Plan 1224358. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicant will consolidate the 1.20 acres being redesignated to CRA with the 4.2 acre CRA designated lands contained in Plan 992-3218. Surrounding land uses within the multi-lot subdivision are mainly CRA to the south and CRMI lots to the north. There are some other multi-lot subdivisions in the immediate area, and the land to the northwest of the subdivision is predominantly Crown land. The attached package provides more detail on the proposed development, and the applicant's daughter is here representing him this morning. Therefore, this application is to rezone a portion of the land to CRA as shown on Schedule A of the bylaw. So as we get into some planning considerations, MDP Guiding Principle 3.2 Part 3, we need to consider land use compatibility. 6.2.2, in approving a rural residential subdivision, each proposed parcel shall be redesignated to the applicable land use district. 6.2.6, the size of a first residential parcel encompassing a developed site shall be between 2.25 acres and 7 acres in size. 9.2.10 just gives us a list of provisions that the county can include when it comes to subdivision conditions, things such as road widening or construction or upgrading of existing roads to county standards. 9.2.15, the development shall meet provincial standards when it comes to water and wastewater services. 12.2.3, we could require the applicants to have prepared by a professional engineer, a geotechnical study, a traffic impact assessment, stormwater management plan, just to name a couple. 12.2.4, Clearwater County will consider where applicable when evaluating an application to redesignate and subdivide lands, impact on adjoining and nearby land uses, scale and density, site suitability and capacity, utility requirements, any county responsibilities that may result from the development or subdivision. Clearwater County's Land Use Bylaw, Section 13.4, Part 4, just gives us the general purpose of the CRA district. 13.44, Part C, just deals with the acceptable lot sizes. If the parcel was created prior to the adoption of the MDP, the parcel size can fall within 4 and 7 acres in size. Policy considerations, the main purpose of the application is to rezone 1.20 acres of Plan 122-4358 from CRMI to CRA for the purpose of consolidating the redesignated lands with Plan 992-3218. The CRA district is intended to accommodate and regulate traditional CRA parcels with minor agricultural pursuits. The existing use fits within the listed uses outlined in the CRA district. The size of the proposed reconfigured parcel meets the acceptable lot sizes as set out in the county's land use bylaws. Adjacent landowners and agencies will receive an opportunity to comment on the proposal during the referral stage of this process. So our recommendation is to council is that council consider granting first reading to Bylaw 1129-22 and proceed to a public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bisson. I think before we go to any council questions, it would be appropriate to have a round of introductions. So I'll go to Division 1 to start that.
Thank you, Eve. Jenny Melhoff and Councillor for Division 1.
Hello, Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4, Councillor.
Good morning, Daryl Lougheed, Councillor for Division 3 and Reeve.
Good morning, Neil Ratcliffe, Councillor for Division 5.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Michelle Swanson, Division 7, Councillor.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Rhonda Sirhan, Manager of Financial Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CAO.
Good morning, Dustin Bisson, Planner.
Jose Reyes, Director of...
Guess I should introduce myself. I am Allison Urquhart. I'm Ron Leopard's daughter.
Well, good morning and welcome. Any questions for the Development Officer from Council? Councillor Councillor Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm just looking for some clarification. So Block 3 is already CRA, or Lot 16, Block 3 is CRA. Lot 15, Block 3 is CRMI, and we're shifting 1.2 from Lot 15, Block 3 into Lot 16, Block 3, and that's why the redesignation needs to be changed to CRA.
Mr. Bisson?
That is absolutely correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure that I have that right and that we're not either making a new industrial parcel or removing any industrial parcel, because as proven by anytime we hear from our economic development officer, there isn't a lot of industrial land available. So if we were to remove some, that would be very useful within the inventory. I didn't want to see that happen, but if we're just shifting some boundaries, which is what this appears to be, that makes much more sense.
That is correct, and I believe Mr. Leopard will be coming back with a subdivision application to create, I believe, one additional CRMI parcel at a later date.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
You bet.
Any additional questions? I might just comment, this is one of the first times we're seeing a CRMI designation. That's been something used in the past. It's not as current as some designations.
This is the only area in the county that we have these CRMI lots. They're not very common. They haven't been used very much. Just whatever's in the north side of this quarter section. That's pretty much all that's been used in Clearwater County.
Thank you for that. Any additional questions, comments? Councillor Swanson, please.
Pending further discussion, I'm pleased to make the motion to grant first reading to the bylaw 1129/22 for amending the land use bylaw 714/01 to be designated 1.2 acres from CRMI to District CRA.
Thank you very much. That's a mouthful for sure. Any further discussion relating to that motion then? Councillor Melhoff, you're...
Nope.
Seeing none, I will call that question then. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
We're moving right through this agenda today. Lightning speed. So that takes us down to agenda number 6.1, which is a commercial vehicle or Travis M-J fees draft bylaw. And I look to our staff of Councillor Graham, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I just want to make sure that this is only for like things moving houses and stuff. This does not pertain to gravel trucks. I guess I should look at Director Hansen. Okay, thank you.
I'm getting a big thumbs up that you're okay. All right. So I guess we're joined this morning by, let me just look through the Chrissy Hall and Joshua Shidabe with us this morning to introduce this item. So if I can turn the floor across to you to give the background information, please. Or maybe Eric.
Well, good morning, Council. Reeve Lougheed. Yes, good morning. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to introduce, normally I'm up here by myself there presenting items there, but this is a great opportunity, a learning opportunity here for Chrissy and Josh here. So Josh, as you may be well aware, he's been rotating through the different departments, getting exposure to, had just recently finished with us here at Public Works Infrastructure, and one of his tasks were to actually review this Travis MJ bylaw and the proposed change. So Chrissy and Josh worked together on this item, and I'm happy to turn it over to them to present this item to council here this morning.
Thank you very much. I'll give the floor to you, and please, we're looking forward to what you have for background information.
Thank you so much for that, Eric, with the K. I am Josh Shidabe, Municipal Administrator Intern, and with me here this morning is Chrissy Hall, the Administrative Assistant for the Department of Public Works Infrastructure. Before I proceed, I would just like to say a couple of things. I want to thank a couple of people who were extremely instrumental in our work. First of all, I'd like to thank Chrissy Hall. I'd like to thank Danielle, the permit clerk. I'd like to thank Tracy Lynn for her pointers. I'd also like to thank Eric Hansen and Christine Hager for their direction. And I'll also like to thank Rick Emmons, who shared some impactful words with Chrissy and I while we were working on this. So thank you all. Clearwater County is part of the Travis Multi-Jurisdiction Permitting System. This is a web-based permitting system which currently processes and issues provincial permits to manage overweight and overdimensional loads. The province collects a fee comprised of two parts. The first part is the variable fee, which is defined as a prorated fee based on the percentage of actual distance traveled by a permitted commercial vehicle on roads located within the municipality on municipality-maintained roads. The second part is the fixed municipal fee. This can be defined as the fee the municipality is authorized to charge permit applicants under the MGA for costs of services that can be applicable to the approvals for the described permits. The province allocates permit revenue to the municipalities on an equitable formula based on municipal roadway type and distance traveled. As the variable fee is determined by the province, it is the municipality's responsibility to set the fixed municipal fee. In 2014, Clearwater County's fixed municipal fee was set at $15. Staff is recommending a fixed fee increase based on comparable rates from other municipalities and a rate increase from our permit service provider. Please see attached table. As per legislation, a bylaw must be enacted to set or increase a fee, and the municipality must notify the province in writing no less than 6 months prior to enactment of the bylaw. Attached is draft bylaw 1128/22 for council's consideration. Administration is recommending that council considers granting first reading and second reading, and upon unanimous consent, consider third reading of bylaw 1128/22 for the purpose of setting a $25 fixed municipal fee to be charged as part of an overall permit fee collected by the province of Alberta and distributed to the municipality. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Questions from council? Councillor Melhoff and then, sorry.
No worries. Thank you, Reeve. How much does it cost the county roughly administratively to admin some of these permits?
If I may pass that question to Eric or Chrissy?
Eric can go ahead.
I see the finger being pointed at Eric, so I guess we'll let you field that one.
I know she has the numbers in front of her. So the permit provider right now is increasing their fee from $13 up to $15 a permit for them. So last year, I believe in 2021, we had about 4,600 permits. So our revenue is, top of my head there, Chrissy, can you remind me what the revenue was for last year?
144,221.17.
Yeah, so like I budget there for our contracted services, we budget approximately $100,000 for, or mostly to pay the contractor to administer this. So there is a slight, I guess, profit to the revenue that we have. It's a little bit beyond cost recovery, but really with the fee increase, we still need to keep up with our increasing costs, as well as we also have our permit clerk that administers this on our behalf. So we have our contractor that works with the Travis MJ system, as well as we have our permit clerk as well. And most of those are done, I'm going to say, pro bono, because we do not charge for road use permitting, for example. So there's still a cost to the municipality in that regard, but this council's never charged for road use permits historically.
Thank you.
And I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Can you give me a little background on the purpose of these permits? Like, do we ever refuse? Or is this just a process that gets added on? And as a county, do we have any obligations, once the permitting is done?
Mr. Hanson?
So that's a great question. So in regards to permitting, a lot of these are, it's mostly established by the province. So this Travis MJ permitting system is a provincial permitting system that actually Clearwater County was part of the pilot program years ago, because each municipality was charging their own fee for different uses of their roads throughout the province. And it was a real big push from industry to have that system centralized and to go through a uniform permitting system. So that was the creation of the Travis MJ system. So the province, they recognize that overweight loads have a additional impact on infrastructure. So the idea was that for that additional impact, there was going to be a cost associated with it. That's where the permitting really comes from. The permitting system through Travis MJ is really hands-off as far as we're concerned. We set out a layer of parameters of what we're allowed for what our road structures can handle, and that is inputted into the system, and then the permits are issued accordingly. So it was industry-driven, and we are part of that multi-jurisdictional system.
So do we weigh any of these overweight loads to verify, or is there any other process involved in it?
Absolutely, that would come to our compliance officers there for our CPO program. So we're based when a trucking company or a service provider submits what their dimensions are for their loads or their weights. They are then charged accordingly through the permitting fee structure, and it is really based on, like, not each individual load can be weighed by a third party to confirm that, but that's why we do have our compliance component, which is our CPOs that do weights and measures as part of their enforcement. So basically the two components of our CPOs are our public safety with our speed, and then weights and measures is a large part of what they do in order to ensure that that our infrastructure is protected.
Thank you.
And Councillor Swanson, please.
Yeah, just looking at the numbers, if you said we had over 4,600 last year, I just kind of put a quick pen to it, and that's 12 permits a day all year round, so we're quite busy. So, and with everything that's going on. So if there's no further discussion, I'd be happy to make the motion that we grant first reading.
Thank you for that. Discussion on that motion. Councillor Cermak, please.
I just need to verify a little bit. On a rig move, is each load required a permit, or is it just an overall permit for the whole rig move within our county?
It would be associated with the truck. So each load would have to be permitted.
So that $25 would be added to each load of each truck?
That's correct.
And if a truck comes in and does 3 loads on the same rig move, 3 different permits?
Yeah, and to be clear, it's only for overweight and overdimensional.
Yeah.
So there's not every truck that goes and uses our road in Clearwater County gets charged. If they meet the legal road weights, then they're not charged. This is for only overweight and overdimensional.
Thank you.
Additional discussion on the motion on the floor. Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. We would also entertain second reading at this time. Would anybody be willing to make that motion? Councillor Melhoff?
I just have a question. Do we not have a public hearing prior to a second reading, or, because this is a bylaw? Just looking for a point of clarification for myself.
Sure, and maybe I can let staff outline that. It's maybe something we haven't done as much with this council, but they can say it better than me, I'm sure.
As this is associated with fees, a public hearing isn't required.
Okay.
So it's, the MGA does permit first, second, and third reading in the same.
Oh, wait, thank you for the clarification. I would be willing to make the motion for second reading of this bylaw.
Thank you for that. And I would just mention too, one caveat in all this is there has to be permission for third reading, I believe, and that has to be unanimous in order to go to third reading. Ultimately, that would delay the process if somebody needed additional information or is uncomfortable with that. So again, motion for second reading is on the floor. Further discussion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. And then we would look for a motion for permission for third reading. Councillor Cermak?
I would love to grant that for third reading.
Permission for third reading. Thank you. Further discussion on that? I call the question then. All in favor? And that is carried. And then we'd be looking for a motion to grant third reading. Councillor Graham? And discussion on that motion. Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. And thank you for joining us this morning. That takes us down to item 7 on our agenda, more specifically item 7.1, and we're joined by Mr. Martinson to outline a draft emergency facility infrastructure grant funding for community halls policy. And again, welcome this morning, Mr. Martinson.
Good morning. Reeve Law and Council, thanks for having me here this morning to talk about the next step along our journey for community hall funding. And as I'm sure you're all well aware that back this spring in May, we met, Council approved the annual grant funding policy for operating type expenses, where Council moved their strategy towards a split rate that funds $5,000 to each community hall for their yearly operating or regular capital maintenance projects, that type of work. Part of those discussions, and of course a part of last year's budget discussions included a little bit of dialogue around major capital, emergent type capital. Of course, I think we've discussed a little bit over the last little while with Council, some of the challenges around changes in building code, the sort of value or newly seen value in getting occupancy load certificates done for some community halls that have never really needed that in the past. Certainly a little bit of this changed by some of the changes around how liquor licensing is done. So all those things are converging a little bit to show some challenges around overall building and fire code. And of course, you know, just the bottleneck we've seen from COVID as well. You know, it's hear a lot from community halls during COVID. They weren't doing a lot, obviously, and now this is the time that everybody wants to change that. And of course, we want to see flourishing communities, and community halls are a fundamental component to that. So having said that, in front of you today is a policy that talks about the historical pool of budget Council's always maintained for sort of emergent requests. Historically, have came directly to Council because there has been no policy around that. Hasn't served us in the community as best as we feel it could, because sometimes there's a significant lag time between having, you know, that emergent issue come up and being able to schedule Council and go to Council. And so this part of this policy allows for delivery of that funding when it meets certain criteria rapidly to best assist the community halls. In addition to the $40,000 that Council's historically budgeted for these emergent type situations, last budget deliberation, administration talked with Council about setting aside some money to help specifically with bringing most or all community halls up to fire code and building code. And certainly that's going to provide, you know, a lot of assistance in getting those occupancy certificates, but it may not necessarily be the driving factor for every community hall. I think bringing all the community halls up to you know, today's building code and fire code is sort of a moral responsibility that we've taken on as the county, but it's not just a one-time responsibility. You'll see in the plan, hopefully, that we will be implementing strategies to maintain that. So, you know, over the next several years, we'll be working on, should Council approve this policy, working on the plan to bring these community halls up to the standard they need to be today. But we'll also then be putting tools and strategies in place for the community halls to maintain that. And, you know, some of those tools could be personalized or specific checklists for each facility. As we know, each facility is different. Some have amenities that others don't. Some are larger than others. But also more assistance with getting routine checks, whether they be by our accredited fire personnel or by accredited architects or a combination of both. We'll be looking to ensure that we're not having this discussion again in 5, 10, 15 years as building codes change and community halls grow and shrink with our community. We want to make sure that we're maintaining the highest level of facilities in conjunction with our community hall partners. So I think the policy is in front of council, and council did have a chance to see it. I don't think I need to go through it. And maybe I'll turn it back over to the Reeve and entertain any questions or comments around the policy.
Well, thank you very much for that. I see I have one light on for sure, and we'll go to Councillor Melhoff first for a question.
Thank you, Reeve. As I stated when you brought this back to us before, I think it's a way for us to have a direct impact in our communities. Community halls have really been the cornerstone for, especially in rural and agricultural communities forever. That's where you have your local potluck and your local block party. Like, they're very monumental in communities. My issue is there going to be a statute of limitations in which this community hall is no longer viable to continue to fix? Is there a breaking point at which we're like, Kate, if it costs this much, we're going to have to look at a different plan for ensuring the viability of this community hall? Like, is there something built into that saying this is not worth fixing? Because some of these buildings are quite old.
And Mr. Martinson.
Yeah, thank you. You know, that's such a great concept that's really hard to bake into a policy for a few reasons. The answer to that question is you know, we hope to help the community halls with this policy by providing funding quickly through an administrative process where it's obvious that it's needed and that a community hall is obviously valued by their community. Administratively, we were able to measure that to a certain extent by their activity logs required to submit to us every time they want to access a grant. You know, a definitive number would be nice for policy perspective that we could all see. We talked about that when we that's just not practical to actually come up with that. But I guess the answer to your question, Councillor Melhoff, is there is a number, a gray number, that administration would have to acknowledge, and ultimately that's something that we have to discuss with council. So I guess, you know, to put it bluntly, this decision of killing a community hall by not providing it fundamental funding, you know, and that may not be, you know, accurate a statement for all community halls. You know, we may, there might be an ask of us that we decline and that doesn't, you know, in essence, kill the community hall. But, you know, I think practically speaking, that's a result of you know, what could be seen here. If we get into that situation, it's not administration's job, in my opinion, to make that decision. That'll be a council decision. And if administration believes that the funding being asked for is greater than the value of the community hall to the community it stands in, it'll come back to council for discussion in whatever form that's most appropriate. Might be an in-camera discussion at first and ultimately a discussion, you know, in council. But and I think that's the best we can do there, you know, and that's not ideal. I'd personally rather see a number there too. And you know, and obviously I think we like to see ourselves being conservative with council's funding budgets they provide us. So we'd like to think that maybe we would see that number, you know, lower than council would. But ultimately it will be your decision when it comes to those facilities that are in that situation. You know, I'll just, you know, we don't see a Dovercourt being there. You know, we see a Dovercourt as having a significantly robust activity log, busy, significant amount of the time they have available. No community hall is going to be busy 100% of the time. It's not practical. That's the metric we see as being one of the driving factors. Not necessarily how much money they spend and make. That's why we provide grants. But their activity log and who they're open to. When they're subsidizing youth versus, you know, charging cost recover, all those things go into that algorithm that we're sort of implementing on behalf of council. And when that's getting stretched, then we come back to council and have that discussion and move forward with that. We don't see those discussions happening too early on here, as we believe the community halls that need this the most are the ones that are reasonably busy and need new inspections for occupancy loading perspective, so that they can move forward with major events, major public events that need liquor licensing and things of that nature. So when those tough decisions have to be made, it's going to be down the road here in our assessment. But great question. You know, we've arm wrestled that for weeks and months, you know, when it comes to this, and you know, we would love not to have to think about that, but it's inevitable discussion that we have to be made. Doing nothing's not a solution, and we've spent considerable amount of time and effort and resources in the last few years wrestling back defunct, orphaned community hall properties, Oris and Timey, and we're still going through that process to a certain extent. So we can ignore them until they become an issue to the community, and the community lobbies us, you folks, to do something about it, and we're behooved to do that because we're the only ones that will. So we do have to be in this uncomfortable, sticky situation at times, because, you know, head in the sand is never a solution. It's not certainly this council's leadership style either. So yeah, it's a great question though, and hope that's a reasonable enough answer for you.
And I'll go to Councillor Swanson, please.
I am curious. I mean, I've read your policy and read the procedure. I like the fact that we're doing 3 per year, or, you know, on a staggered basis. How many halls are insured under our insurance? And approximately, can we determine if we're giving them a cost savings for that insurance? Because to me, that all ties into this decision. Because we are taking on that risk as a county to have them, yes, for occupancy, you know, for fire suppression, et cetera. But I'd be curious as to how many halls are insured under us, and if there is some that are not.
Mr. Martinson, please.
It's my understanding that all the community halls that are being considered under this policy are insured by us, and I'll maybe just flip it over to Ron to clarify that.
Ms. Serhan?
Yeah, you're gonna see an item later on in the agenda regarding community hall and community group insurance, and currently there's 28 community halls being insured for liability, and we're just gonna go through that a bit in the item that's to follow about the difference between liability insurance and property insurance, and what happens with those premiums and what the philosophy is. So look forward to that.
And Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you, Reeve. As a person involved in a community association that operates a hall, we've been worried for years that these inspections would start and our building would be condemned. So I'm very pleased to see this coming forward. I have to commend you and your staff for doing a great job writing this and bringing it forward. I think it will go a long ways to keeping our rural communities active. Thank you for that.
Thank you. And maybe I would just add maybe an answer to part of Councillor Swanson's question there earlier. We will be communicating with our insurance company when we have these facilities back up to par, and we want to communicate our program, you know, the checklists that are individual for each community hall. We've provided that type of support already through our insurance. We've never done a personalized one for each community hall, so we will be sharing this information, you know, that we've sort of gathered through these partnerships with these community associations. You know, we'll be sharing that with our insurance partners, presuming, you know, council still chooses to offer that service. And as Mr. Ann has mentioned, you know, you'll be considering that here.
Okay, thank you. I know Councillor Cermak's light was on and then it went off and then, so, okay, I'll go to Councillor Graham then.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I thought that this all looked great, and Councillor Swanson kind of sparked something that popped into my brain when I was reading over our agenda package, and that's the foresight to do the halls in different areas so that the community is always served by a hall. I really appreciate whoever put that in there. I think it's great foresight and awesome work.
Okay, and Councillor Cermak?
Yes.
Go ahead, please.
I just need a little bit of clarification on these inspections that are gonna happen. I don't know if you've looked into it greatly. Do we have the expertise in the county to do these inspections, or do we need third party to come in and do them?
Mr. Martins.
Yeah, so we have the expertise within the county to do the fire code inspections. And we've been partnering with our fire service the entire process of establishing this policy. They're engaged with us to implement the policy. There's also a component in this, certainly fire code is important, building code is also important.
Yep.
We do have access to those services through a contractor. We have a relationship with an architect engineering company that provides those services to us when needed, and they're also would be certified to do the fire code as well. If we don't want to our fire services and their quality management plan, you know, is needed countywide for every commercial business or resident, you know, so we're sort of going to work with them. That's why 3 seemed like a nice number, you know, in consultation with them. But you know, to answer the question, you know, yes, we do for the most part have those services, but if we don't have them or those resources aren't readily available today, we'll, you know, use contracted services to fill in the gaps where it's needed.
Okay. Can I do a follow-up?
Please.
I would like to see a third party just so that we're not going to be held that, yes, this hall is fine with county standards. I'd like to see a third party do it so that it relieves us of any bias that if we need to spend $10,000 on a different step coming into the building, county said, no, we can make do. I would like to have the third party designate so that it's kind of free and easy and that everybody knows that it's not our bias.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Before I go to Deputy Reeve Northcott, I believe next, but would I be correct and assume these halls are multiple ages, historic buildings, heritage buildings, if you would have even, many of them probably had no development permit to start with, maybe no building code stuff to start with. This is really an intent is to bring them up to our occupancy type, meeting an occupancy type rating for what they're being used for. Is that what I'm seeing here?
Yeah, you know, we have, at that point, we have to separate out the 2 fire code and building code components there. Because as you pointed out, you know, to bring a structure that's historic in some components, you know, a lot of these buildings have had many additions put on over the years, and, you know, so on and so forth. So bringing them up to today's building code may not be feasible, you know, but we can do structural assessment and make sure they're safe. You know, from a fire code perspective, yeah, that's doable up to date standards. You know, and so in those components, we may have to separate out the two and meet today's fire code. That's doable. You know, doors swing this way, doors swing that way, fire panels, all those things for the most part should be doable with the right resources and expertise, you know, and we've sort of bolted those things together here. And so, yes, you know, it's a great point as far as each building is very different than next. And so we'll have to put together a plan for each one. And each one, you know, took 40 or 50 years to maybe fall with, you know, outside of ideal standards, and might take us a few years to get them back there. But we'll get it planned together to do that, and then we'll work with that community association, with our fire service, with our professional contractors and consultants to put that plan to place to get there. If that plan's too onerous, too expensive, the community doesn't want to see it, it's a discussion with council, and maybe that community hall would be best served as a picnic area. You know, and that's a discussion that, you know, we think won't be forced by us. It will be discovered by the community. And these will be in conjunction with their boards. You know, we'll be providing information for them to take back to their board and make the best decision for their, you know, their community.
Thank you. And I'll go to Deputy Reeve Northcott and then to Councillor Melhoff.
All right, thank you very much, Reeve. No, I know just over the last year or so, I've talked to many residents and event organizers and stuff like that, and they can sometimes be upset and disappointed when events have, you know, restricted occupancy loads and stuff like that due to, you know, deficiencies that are in the buildings. So I think this policy will offer a good tool to, you know, to allow to possibly resolve the building deficiencies, to meet and maintain the current codes, and allow you know, maximum capacities at events. And I think it'll also offer a friendlier relationship between organizers and the fire services when they're applying for event permits. So I think it really offers a good tool to be able to move forward. So I think it's great. Thanks.
Thank you for that. And I know Ms. Serhan had a comment, and I missed your light. Sorry about that.
Okay. I just wanted to maybe just add to what Mr. Martinson said about the inspections. There's 3 different inspections that are identified for community halls: the fire code inspection, the building inspection, and also the inspection to mitigate risk through our insurance. And the reason that those inspections become more robust and the criteria become more robust is because of issues that have happened, maybe not in our jurisdiction, but in others that endanger or, you know, are maybe not the safest way to do things. So then regulations get put in place. That being for the building code and the fire inspection. And the reason that other criteria are added to inspections for insurance mitigation is insurance companies trying to mitigate the risk of paying out for the policy, whether that be for someone suing the board or the organizers of an event, or the damage to the property itself. So there are different reasons why that the inspections and the criteria to get a clean inspection have changed in the last 40 years.
Thank you. And Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. You're absolutely right. Most of these code changes happen because of, unfortunately, a tragic incident. That's how most of those. And I don't want to be one of those statistics either. I don't want to be the reason something got added to the code. However, it's going to take a long time for us to get through all of these. And in the meantime, these community halls are struggling to be at the capacity that they want to be at. Is there an opportunity, because we're going to be working through these, for variance opportunities, or these are some things you can do to help you get through this event, or it's no secret that we're all getting emails and phone calls from the community organizers desperate to try to get higher capacity, or trying to get through the process that is an occupancy permit in general. Is there a way we can help them through that process or allow for variances?
Mr. Martinson.
Yeah, so we're going through a bit of a triage process right now when it comes to who needs our help the most, the fastest. And so one of the most pressing things needed here is liquor licenses. And those are for big public events. I'm not talking about a private event. It's a different scenario if you're getting a liquor license for your 25th birthday. If you're doing a Halloween party, the public is invited to, you're selling tickets for. Very different scenario. So through our triage process, not every community hall holds those events. Some of them hold them without liquor licensing. And so that's something we'll identify and address in the high priority band of our process here, is those that need those. And I think it's consistent with the most valuable events or halls in our community that, I think, most people in the community would sort of agree with that rationale. So hopefully that answers your question. I don't know if we're ever going to be able to get the capacities that some of the community halls want. Long before we got here, we noticed varying levels of capacities on websites and things, often tabulated by themselves, sometimes going off 15, 20-year-old occupancy load certificates that were done, under codes 3, 4 year, generations ago sort of thing. So, expectation management will be part of this process, and working closely between us, fire service, and the community hall group will be very much part of this process. And we're going to be flexible enough that we can address these things as quick as we can to allow them to do what they want to do, which is whatever the community needs them to do, typically.
Thank you.
And I guess I'd just comment that being involved with a community hall association for, seems like forever, but more years than I'd want to admit anyway. We know that some of the events that were held in the past just simply can't be held anymore, and we have to be conscious that we live in a society that uses litigation as a tool. That's something that's out there now, and we have to be conscious that what worked well for us before maybe was just that we got lucky and we didn't have those things that can reach out and grab us when we didn't expect to. So I think this is a good step in getting those community halls back up to a safe and usable state if they've struggled to maintain that. I think this is a good first step. So would be looking for a motion as per staff recommendation to approve Emergent Facility Infrastructure Grant funding for community halls policy. Deputy Reeve Northcott? Okay. Further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. And thank you for joining us and presenting.
Thank you.
I think maybe an appropriate time for a break. Let's take 15 and be back here at 10:20. Well, we're back from recess and we're moving on through the agenda. Brings us to agenda item 8.1, and that's Community Hall and Community Group Insurance Policy. And I think I'm looking across the room to Ms. Serhan for that, please.
Good morning again, Council. So before you, there's just a little, well, quite a bit of information about the current Community Hall and Community Group Insurance Policy. And maybe to begin with, we just want to talk about the difference between liability insurance and property insurance. So again, in the item previous, there's a little bit of talk about litigation, and I just want to reiterate that liability insurance is to protect the individuals that are either serving, in this case, on the community hall board or the community group board, and the staff and council of Clearwater County for, it's to protect them against litigation for any event or any action for Clearwater County on behalf of Clearwater County. And in the case of an additional named insured, which we'll get into what that means, in their activities, in their community groups, that if anyone has an issue with what happens at one of those events, the tendency is that there would be litigation. And so this liability insurance is to protect those individuals' personal property against litigation or having to pay out those court-awarded sums that insurance would cover that. The current Community Hall and Community Group Insurance Policy, versus property insurance, I guess, that actually covers damage to the property that is insured on the policy and has to be identified on the policy as being insured. So each item that's added to the policy for property insurance has a premium on its own. So the building would have a premium, the contents would have a premium, whereas liability insurance has an average premium per group. And then, of course, Clearwater County's overarching liability insurance has a large premium for all of their activities across Clearwater County. So the current Community Hall and Community Group Insurance Policy, which this is a little bit confusing considering we're talking about an insurance policy and then Clearwater County's guiding policy. So I don't know if you have any questions about which policy I'm talking about, please ask. So this is the guiding policy, has been in effect since January 2015. And since then, changes in insurance industry practices identify a need for the county to update its guiding policy, which requires discussion on the philosophy behind the guiding policy. Past councils wanted to ensure community hall boards were protected from litigation for activities on the various hall grounds. They took advantage of the additional named insured feature on the Clearwater County insurance policy through RMA Insurance and named each of the hall boards on the guiding policy while providing the liability coverage at no cost to the hall. So Clearwater County is picking up the cost of that liability insurance. Once this practice started, additional community groups were added to Clearwater County's insurance policy, each time needing to be approved by council in order for the then Jubilee Insurance to add the group as an ANI, which is an additional named insured, which has to be named on the insurance policy in order for them to be covered by the policy. Some groups were added as cost recovered premiums and some as premiums covered by Clearwater County. Some of the organizations have also purchased property insurance and bond and crime insurance under Clearwater County's insurance policy. This is always provided on a cost recovery basis. Clearwater County does not provide any subsidy to the premiums for the property insurance or the crime and bond insurance. Just to give some perspective, Clearwater County includes more A&Is on their insurance policy than most other municipalities in Alberta. In fact, I think we are the largest, have the largest number of additional named insured groups on our policy. The more organizations that are on the policy, the larger the risk to the municipality for a claim. Because RMA insurance is self-insured, that means that claims paid out of the premium pool, all the members of RMA insurance pay their premiums into a pool and the claims are paid out of that premium pool. They have additional riders purchased to insure for larger claims. So once a claim hits a threshold, then the insurance company, the external or third-party insurance company, kicks in for those larger claims. And the more claims, the faster the premiums rise because, again, we're costing those claims out of the premium pool. Insurance companies across the country are putting more and more regulations and risk mitigation checklists in place each year for any organization trying to purchase insurance. This includes Clearwater County and each of the A&Is that are insured under Clearwater County's policy. When I first started looking after the administrative tasks for having A&Is on Clearwater County's insurance policy, they would have to fill out a questionnaire about their activities, what sort of risk activities, and it was determined, I guess, just for the knowledge for the insurance company as to what sort of activities each group was doing and what sort of risk that they would be at for litigation. Just for an example, a wiener roast probably has a lower risk of a litigation than a bull riding event or a Mexican poker event, right? So they would ask each of the community groups about their membership and the sorts of events that would happen at their facility. This went from just happening when they were added to the policy to being the community group would be asked every 2 to 3 years to fill out this questionnaire to see if anything had changed. Now they fill out an extensive questionnaire every year to be a part of an additional named insured on Clearwater County's policy. So administration would like council to review the attached policy, which is the policy that's been in place since 2015. Discuss the philosophy and desired intent of the policy and provide direction to administration on any changes to the policy based on options listed in item number 4. So item number 1 is, what is the goal of using the A&I feature on Clearwater County's insurance policy? Past goals and or benefits are fear of being sued personally shouldn't stop someone from volunteering on a hall board. And the cost of the premium remains lower than private liability insurance premiums. So if these halls went out to a local private insurance company, they would be paying, the premium would be higher than what the premium is through RMA insurance. The risks to leaving the additional named insureds on the policy have increased over the years. The risk of having a claim rises annually with so many different organizations sharing the policy. So again, even though each community group is paying a premium to have property insurance through Clearwater County, they are accessing funds paid by all of the organizations' premiums whenever they have a claim. So whenever they have a claim, it increases the premiums for all of the organizations that are a member of RMA insurance. The amount of resources required to ensure the organizations are getting the required amount of information to RMA insurance increases annually. That's what I was talking about when I first started looking after the insurance policy. It was minimal amount of work for administratively for Clearwater County staff. A little bit to get an organization added to the policy, going in front of council and having them approve or deny that application, and then if it was approved, getting them added to the policy, and then of course any claims have to come through the office here. So that has increased significantly in trying to get the community halls to fill out these questionnaires annually. The change in volunteer individuals that are on these hall boards, and just making sure the information is up to date, and then claims are increasing over the years. And the insurance industry is seeing that generally also because of the weather events and increased crime activity, and there's all kinds of reasons why the insurance claims are increasing year over year. Number two, do the benefits outweigh the risks in today's climate? So that's a discussion for council. Number four, there's more than one way for the community purse to contribute to these costs. Is the best option being utilized? Or is the community purse the best funding source for these costs? What are the alternatives for these organizations to being listed as an additional named insured on Clearwater County's insurance policy? Now, I've listed some of the options below, so organizations can continue to be added as an additional named insured and costs being distributed either as paid by Clearwater County or other organization reimbursing the cost of the insurance to Clearwater County. All risk would continue to fall on Clearwater County and RMA Insurance. If organizations continue to share the insurance policy with Clearwater County, what are the criteria for the organization to be added to the policy? As you can see, on the current policy, there's all of the community halls are listed individually first. Here's the beginning. And as I stated earlier, there's 28 community halls, which some of these are defunct and we need to be removed at a minimum, that, you know, some of the changes that need to happen to this guiding policy. But then you can see below other community groups that have been added and whether these groups are cost recovery premiums, or whether Clearwater County pays the premium, or just the benefit of being added so that their insurance is being, the risk is being mitigated through RMA Insurance, and they cover all of the premiums. So there needs to be a criteria set as to what organizations utilize this policy, and RMA Insurance requires that council pass a motion for each of those organizations individually to be added to the insurance policy. Other options are that Clearwater County could supply each organization a grant in the amount of the insurance that is currently being covered by the community purse. So that would likely increase the cost of the premium to the organization and to Clearwater County, but transfers the risk from our, from Clearwater County's perspective on their insurance policy and the risk of paying out a claim to the insurance company that they would utilize to get the liability insurance through or the property insurance through. Or the third option being that Clearwater County passes this responsibility back to the organizations themselves. Both risk and cost is passed on to the organization and the users and or members of these organizations. So is it, I guess that the question is it proper that the community purse covers this cost and this risk for the users of these facilities, or should the fees encompass that for the users? If the cost and risk is passed back to the community associations, then they would have to increase their fees to cover the cost of that liability insurance or property insurance and pass that on to the users through their fees.
Would you be able to field a question from Councillor Graham?
Absolutely.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. So on here, Hespero just stands out to me because that's where I grew up. The hall itself is not actually in the county. I know that there are county members who are using the hall, but are we insuring halls that are not actually located in Clearwater County?
I don't know the history as to why that community association is listed on the policy. My guess would be that they did some sort of service or function that Clearwater County would have had to do otherwise. So I don't know if the cemetery is within.
It is in Clearwater County, yes.
Within
I think
Clearwater County.
Mr. Martinson might have something to add to that as well.
Yeah, so the Hespero Hall or Community Association also owns and operates the Hespero Cemetery, which is in our county. So they sort of sit mirrored along the Clearwater-Lacombe line. The Hespero Hall is just on the other side of the county line in Lacombe County, and the cemetery is just on the other side. Back in the day, they were in the same improvement district. Yeah, and then as municipalities got formatted out of improvement districts, the line got drawn there, and we've obviously approved the insurance under this policy, and yeah, I can only assume, like Rhonda, that's why, because I wasn't here when that decision was made either.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, so I guess I look forward to council discussing the options and philosophy of the community hall and community group insurance guiding policy, and that knowing that some of these halls are defunct, that they will be removed. If there's no association there and they're having no events, we will be removing them off of the guiding policy, and moving forward, they would be off of our insurance policy. So I will pass the floor back to council.
Thank you very much. Questions? I'll go to Councillor Milhoff first and then Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve. How did some of these get on the list and not others? Like, is it really like unfortunately, who you know? Because like, if you knew to ask to be added to it, you could get added to it. And if you didn't know to ask, like the Rocky Rodeo Association versus the Chuckwagon Association, which I know the Chuckwagon Association is not, because 2 events at the Chuckwagon thing were not able to go through because they couldn't get insurance, because it was going to be like $4,000 a day to run a junior rodeo for the Chuckwagon Association. So they are not a part of this policy and had to do it on their own. I'm just curious how people get added.
Yes, it's by delegation to council, so if
So who you know.
It's if they knew that, and that's part of the problem, is that, you know, it's just one-off delegations coming to council and asking to be added to the insurance policy, and council agreeing to add them is why they're on.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And Councillor Graham and then Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Vahid. I know that the crime watches were struggling with insurance, and they then grouped together and the board went to insurance companies, and they got significantly lower rates for them. Is that something that these halls could band together and do? Because I'd imagine that if they come off this, it's going to be a substantial increase in their rates.
Yeah, of course, I'm sure that they could. It would be a matter of administratively doing that, and who would look after that for them, and is there enough, you know, we're seeing a decrease in their pool of volunteers, let's say, to administer their hall activities and their hall boards. So, but they would have to organize together and build an overarching board, I guess, and to do that, because I believe that's what the Crime Watch associations did, right?
And Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. As I mentioned earlier this morning, I am involved with the community association. I would say that getting insurance through the county is probably 30% less than going on the open market, so it really is a benefit. But even at that, for our hall, it was the second biggest single expense. So I can see problems there. I do have a question. some communities own the land their halls are on, and others, the county owns the land. Would that make a difference in insurance, the liability?
No. The liability insurance is based on their activities, not on the ownership of the property. And in all cases, the community halls own, or the community hall boards own the buildings that are on the lands. Clearwater County owns the land in a few. I would have to go back and get a list of which lands are owned by Clearwater County, but in all cases, the buildings are owned by the association.
Yes.
A follow-up?
Oh, thank you. I was thinking of activities on the sports grounds as well. That a number of halls have arenas, playgrounds, sports fields. How would that be impacted by the land ownership?
How would the insurance be impacted by the land ownership?
The liability, yes.
Yeah, the liability is only protecting against the activities that the association is involved with. So if someone sues the hall board because someone gets hurt during one of their events, that's what liability insurance covers.
So then someone injured in a pickup hockey game would be on their own.
Well, it depends on who they decide to sue if they get injured, right? And that is what liability insurance is meant to protect, the people involved in running these facilities.
Yes.
And I think it's important to recognize that every community association has different kinds of events and activities, has
Correct.
different kinds of facilities they manage. I can use an example of one that operates in conjunction with the school site, also a skating rink or a ball diamond. And, you know, there is a gray area there that has to be covered by another agreement, which would be a joint use agreement with that school division in order to really define the responsibilities there and ultimately who's named in any litigation. Anytime we do anything with some community centers or operate playgrounds or play structures, so having an understanding of who's going to be named in litigation there is important to have a realization that you in a litigious society that any number of people and individuals and organizations can be named. And
Yes, it's entirely up to the person filing the litigation, who they choose to name in their lawsuit. So if they choose to name, in that case, the school, they will likely choose as many people as they can and as many organizations as they can, because their end goal is to have a payout for whatever happened and they will name the different organizations involved, or that their legal advice they will receive will be to name as many organizations as they can.
And I think I'd be correct in assuming that quite often that is who they observe as having the deepest pockets, and most likely of success as well. So I think those that are prepared are in a much better position than those who are hoping for the best and are not prepared for those kind of issues. I'm going to go to Councillor Swanson and then Councillor Milhoff, please.
Just curious, you made the statement that claims are rising. Do we have a track record if we're getting, like, can you give me an idea of how many claims, maybe not during COVID, because we've had a lot of these halls shut during COVID, maybe pre-COVID? I would be curious on the claims report on that, and then I have a follow-up.
I don't have numbers in front of me right now, but I could get that information for you, for sure.
And I guess my follow-up is the fact that, you know, that we've been very generous giving the halls $5,000 each for what they choose to do as far as operationally or use that for capital expenses. And I realize that everything is getting more expensive, electricity, natural gas, et cetera, and our volunteer base for these community halls is decreasing. It's hard to find a rejuvenation. Things are getting pinched, and we gotta find efficiency somewhere. And I mean, I understand the liability premiums. I'm okay with the liability premiums for the most part. Because I realize that's what keeps our halls going, is that liability insurance. But maybe it should be an indirect ask that part of that $5,000, and I'm part of a hall board too, so I realize what that liability premium costs for our particular hall, and that could very well go into, you know, that generous donation that we've given of $5,000 a year. That can go towards that premium. So indirectly, the county is paying for it in a way, but it's all depends, like Ms. Serna says, it depends on the activities. I will also say that our particular hall does not have an established membership anymore because of the like people have left. People are no longer, and the next generation have no interest. So we've lost membership dues for the most part as well. So it's a different world than it was 20 years ago, and I think we've got to pivot as well. So.
And thank you for that. I know how difficult it is to attract volunteers, and it's very difficult if people volunteer their time, put their efforts, their skills, whatever, into making that a usable facility, a usable event for the community, and then run the fear of being sued for somebody stubbing their toe on a rock or who knows what. So I think it's always important to have discussion around liability and have good solid policies that really take into I think the overall strength of being many communities and a municipality joining together to share that responsibility, and yeah, for sure. Councillor Melhoff and then Councillor Green, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I have a few thoughts on this. For one, if we are gonna be spending the public purse to upgrade these halls, I think it'd be important that we ensure and protect the investment that we are putting into it. So as far as like property, like we're putting money in to upgrade them, it would only make sense we're protecting that. As far as the liability for the different boards, et cetera, do they sign a code of conduct and ethics? Like, do they have to follow our rules of conduct in order to be insured through liability for us?
No.
So we're insuring them, but we're not confirming that they have to follow what we would expect of them when they are, in essence, at that point, representing us, if we're insuring them. Or do I have the expectation wrong?
I guess that's whether it's council's expectation or not. As far as liability insurance goes, we're just protecting them against the litigation for their events. So
litigation for events, but not action. So if a member did something inappropriate,
no, they would be covered if it's at the event or in relation to doing work for that board.
Okay, so for me, if we were going to continue to cover them for liability, I think it would be appropriate that they would have to sign on to our code of conduct and our expectations if we're gonna cover them.
Maybe if I would make a comment, I think as part of the application process and each community association really outlines the events that they're doing, the numbers of events, the types of events, you know, so that you have a good idea of, you know, if you're having a lot of things that involve youth, perhaps with boxing or gymnastics, you have a different liability risk than you would, you know, having a community barbecue once a year or those kinds of things. There are higher risk events, and I think part of that is to identify if you're holding a rodeo or you're holding a hot air balloon contest or whatever you're doing for unique events, that there is I think there's an overall concept that there is still personal responsibility within the organization. That doesn't mean just because you have liability insurance that you can throw everything out the door and, you know, fill the yard full of broken glass and explosives and expect that your liability insurance is going to cover that. I think there's always a personal level of responsibility on any of these things. For instance, if you're serving alcohol, that's where the highest level of responsibility comes in, that you allow people to consume in a more appropriate way, and you have some responsibility for getting those people and those that are using it in a, remaining safe within your activities. So I don't think you can ever completely remove personal responsibility. Here the idea is that I believe that if you're holding an event with the best of intentions and those things that come out to grab you that you didn't think about, but we're prepared for many things, and that part of that is having a background liability insurance that covers you for those events that you've identified that you will be holding. I think that's one of the things that's been successful in the past, and I don't see a reason we can't continue with that kind of thing. Councillor Graham, I believe, was next.
Thank you, Rivahid. This probably is not a fair question, but how much does this cost annually?
The liability insurance that's covered for Clearwater County is around $600 per board. But that's not the largest, that's the largest fiscal cost, but the cost of the risk is what's, more, I would say, bigger than the actual cost of providing the insurance and having them on our policy, on Clearwater County's policy, because the risk of a claim and increasing premiums in other years is probably the bigger cost, even though it's not a dollar cost. Does that make?
That makes sense. Thank you.
And maybe, Councillor Malhoff, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Reeve. For special events insurance, we have several rec boards. Is that something that they could apply to help have that covered through a special event and have to come through the rec board and look for that? Or is that outside of the rec board's terms of reference? I don't have them in front of me, or I would look it up. I apologize.
I believe that they would go through their managing partner, the managing partner's insurance if they're having events. So the managing partner for the rec is the town, right? Or
no,
are you
the rec
thinking
boards like David Thompson, Raven Rec Board,
the county
Saskatchewan.
boards?
Like if they were hosting a junior rodeo, could they build up a case to go to the annual or to go to the rec board and get funding for their insurance through them, rather than it come through this?
Again, I guess it would be up to council's philosophy on how much risk they're willing to put on their policy and whether they're going to allow those events to come through the policy.
Mr. Martinson?
That would be something the rec boards could consider under the current bylaw in terms of reference. So it would be, an operating function of an event, and if a community group that meets the criteria set out under the rec board wants to make that ask, they could. We haven't seen that yet.
Well, they're very young.
But theoretically, that could be an option for some of these groups. Of course, not all these groups would qualify as a group that could receive funding from a rec board, because the rec board's very narrow on recreation. But to answer the question, yes, there's nothing that we have today that would suggest that they couldn't.
Perfect. Thank you.
So that if that is something that council wishes to entertain, they would need to be added to this guiding policy to say that they are allowed to. The RMA insurance won't insure them unless they're included in this policy.
I believe the councillor was just asking a question whether the rec board could provide funding to them to get their own insurance.
Oh, I see. Okay, sorry.
And if I'm not mistaken, that already there's a number of events that are kind of require a special events license, more specifically, anything that's going to be licensed in order to have sales of alcohol that typically aren't covered by our initial liability insurance. Is always a special event license for that, I believe. So You mean that's probably an extension of if you're going to hold a ballooning event, maybe you need to have additional insurance to cover that, or if you're going to have a boxing league or gymnastics, or you're going to sponsor some, anything that really deals with physical activity and children, I would suggest probably needs to have an extended liability coverage, I think, for what's happening. But that's maybe I'm mistaken on that.
The insurance policy allow for the organizations to have annually, I believe it's 2 events, or maybe even it's just 1 right now. I'd have to go back and look, but after that, they have to apply for additional insurance. And as far as the liquor insurance goes, there is, organizations have had to go outside of RMA to get what's called, I think it's called a PAL insurance rider. So you would go to one of the local insurance companies, and it's a common thing. In order to get a liquor license, you have to have this party insurance or liquor insurance.
Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you, Reeve. A few years ago, I went through an extremely frustrating experience trying to find out what our actual insurance coverage was, what it included. And finally, Community Services came out with a document that explained that. So that helped a lot. From the perspective of being involved in running a community hall and being at the point too often of having to pass the hat to pay the power bill, I would like to see it continue as it is.
Thank you for that. And Councillor Graham, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Do we have to get our insurance through RMA, or could the county, I don't like the liability, and like obviously as it's mentioned in our package, it's getting more to be more and more liability on the county for it. Is there any way that the county on behalf of all of these halls can approach a not RMA insurance company and get insurance for them so that we can keep their rates down and we can still pay the same amount and just get that started for them, and then they're no longer on the RMA insurance, because that doesn't seem like the appropriate insurance for them to be on from the sounds of it.
That is something we could look into. Still, the premiums would be higher than through RMA, and then we'd have to look at, again, it's still the risk of those premiums increasing every time there's a claim, and is that the responsibility of the community purse versus the user base, right?
If I may, I personally, I think that is the community halls are an appropriate use for the community purse personally. I don't think we should be paying a ton of money for it because, not everyone uses them, but I personally think it is appropriate, but that's just my thoughts.
Thank you. I think I just commented that there's been a long association with Clearwater County and our community centers held within those borders, and I think it'd be very difficult to walk away from having some responsibility for keeping a liability, a consistent liability with all those facilities that the community has enjoyed and used for a number of years. I just would ask a question. Again, we're concerned about a liability issue coming up and that being blanketed and raising the cost for all of the halls. Have we had a lot of claims that have been made? I'm trying to recall if I've ever heard of one, but have we had liability issues in the last number of years?
Not yet.
Okay.
For the individual organizations, as far as liability insurance goes, there's been many property insurance claims. Again, it's just the risk of having that many organizations on the policy.
Sure. And and just so it's clear in my mind, the property insurance has always been the responsibility of the individual community associations, so they have coverage for their facilities, their equipment, those kinds of things, or they can choose to do that, but that's never been the county's responsibility to insure the buildings and
No, yes,
the
it is.
fixtures?
They do, the premiums are covered by the community association, but they are on our policy.
So it's.
Excuse me, on our policy.
It's an essentially, it's a overall umbrella, and then each community association on a cost recovery basis would contribute back what their share would be for that
The premium for that.
premium for that.
Yes. Again, every time there's a claim, premiums go up.
But it would bring, so one community center, for instance, having a claim would bring up everybody's. It doesn't bring that one community center up specifically. It's an overall blanket.
Right, it's the overarching idea of insurance is that everyone pays into it. And even private industry, that is their overarching philosophy, is that many individuals pay into premiums to the insurance company, and the insurance company pays out for claims, and that they collect 20% more in premiums than they pay out in claims. And that's how they make their money, right? And that is still the overarching idea of a self-funded pool through RMA, is that all of the, instead of the insurance company getting that 15%, those profits would stay within the RMA group. That being said, they also have to pay riders for larger insurance events. So for example, if the city of Edmonton had a claim on one of their buildings and it was $30 million to fix that building, there's a rider that would pay out, so that those premiums, the cost of that claim doesn't come out of that pool, or it would to a certain threshold, and then after that, the rider kicks in and pays the rest of that claim out, so that to protect the group from large-scale insurance events.
Yes, thank you. I kind of understand the insurance industry has a number of tools they use in order to mitigate their losses and their claims. And one of them, however, is to individuals or groups that have had a less than favorable history of claims, quite often pay more premiums or actually aren't available to get insurance based on their experience in the past. And I just was trying to see if there was any mechanism within what we're talking about here now for those, if a community center was somehow creating more of a liability issue than the others, that somehow that they could be brought back into the fold of being conscious of litigation and liability within this umbrella still, but it doesn't sound as though there is a mechanism for that.
Yeah, to be clear, I don't believe that any organization is any more risk than any other organization that's included on the policy. The risk is having the number of groups on the policy, and because just the higher numbers say statistically that we're gonna have a claim, right?
And I'm not sure who to go to next, so I'm gonna, I'll start with Councillor Swanson and we'll work our way back around the desk here.
So this guiding policy that we have, I'd like to see it cleaned up in regards whatever associations are defunct, cleaned off. I don't like the fact that we've listed community groups at the end that they say they could get stuff. To me, it's suggestive. It's like, no. That can be through a verbal conversation with administration, whether they can get it. Like, for example, the Great Wooded Association, et cetera, at the end of that policy. Are they, or Because it says here, upon written request, liability may be provided to those groups. So that's why I'm just saying, do we need to have those listed on there? Because if we don't, I don't want them on there. Sorry, it's suggestive to me. And I know on Friday, President McLaughlin made the comment that RMA Insurance has hired their own adjuster for some of this, so that might be help with maybe some of the risk liability as far as property insurance or whatever else that might help at that end, but I understand where the concern comes is that it's that overall, if we add up all 28 halls with the liabilities for the other community groups that are on as our additional named insured, we start spreading that risk just to our county alone. And it really affects the whole RMA insurance in my opinion, because then as far as a claim. So I understand where Rhonda's coming from, and all this is does the benefit outweigh the risks and how much risk we're willing to take? So big picture here. Individually, yes, I feel for all these halls and their sustainability, but at the end of the day, it's the overall risk that this county is taking. I mean, we risk our roads. There's certain service levels. We aren't responsible for the service levels of these halls. They are. I guess that's where I'm getting at. So if I'm going to ensure the service levels that they are going to provide, that's a different story. That's a different risk I'm willing to take on than, because right now I don't dictate, or council doesn't dictate this level of service, other than we're giving it up to those people that are volunteering on those particular hall boards. So maybe I've just confused everybody even more. I apologize, but I want to see, I guess, a cleaned up version of this, and maybe postpone and have another discussion about this. Is my feeling.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Are we under pressure from RMA Insurance to reduce the number of A&Is?
No. They allow as many additional named insureds on our policy as council deems fit. The amount of work that goes into ensuring that these groups are compliant is increasing, and again, there's going to be more mitigation. I don't know if checklist is the right word, but procedures that these community groups will need to be ensuring that is happening as far as RMA goes. They will provide risk mitigation guidelines to each of the additional named insureds to ensure that the risk is being mitigated. It's just, there's just a lot of them.
Is that an activity that the county needs to be involved in, that risk mitigation, in your opinion?
Yes.
Okay. And thank you. I like Councillor Swanson's suggestion on this. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just for clarification for me, I know there's an opportunity, I think it's almost annually, where those community associations can get together and understand the insurance process and the liabilities they carry. Just to bring that awareness, that I know that's been an opportunity in the past. I don't know if it's part of the policy or.
Staff are planning to work with the community services group and provide that again in the coming months. The volunteer base does change, and then they just so then the information is lost sometimes when a whole board changes to new people on it. So we like to I don't know if it's been done annually since COVID, but in the past it had been done annually, but we are planning on having another meeting within the next few months. There's also community groups that have approached to be added on. One of them's the Clearwater Senior Housing Board. So there is, you know, community groups that do want to be added to this policy, and I think it's important that we have a criteria that is, comes from council discussion.
Thank you for that. I think I can really encourage that opportunity to understand the liability, or an opportunity for education, because the volunteer base is dynamic. It changes from year to year, and I think sometimes those well-meaning people have truly just overlooked certain aspects, and it's nice to have a educational process as part of it. I know that they will be putting an application forward to be part of that and outlining their activities, and activity logs are what they pretend or promise to do in the future. And it's always nice to have that opportunity out there. Councillor Graham, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I would agree with what Councillor Swanson said, and when we do look at it again, I would be curious to comparables if we did go outside of RMA, and then we could set them free to, I 100% agree with supporting them financially, and if we could set them free with a comparable rate though, and they can kind of look after it themselves a little more in the future.
And Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Again, if we are fixing these halls up and bringing them up to code, I think it's important that we then are protecting our investment and not hoping that they are gonna go and find insurance elsewhere. We're ensuring then our investment is protected. So I'd really like us to continue to provide property insurance. Special events insurance, I personally would like to see that removed. You have to go and buy special events insurance, and we're really picking one event against another. We have confirmed that we may have another avenue in which people can potentially apply for us to assist them with their event if it meets the rec board's terms of reference for the community. And absolutely there's many of these that are not, it's not current, so I'd love to see it updated prior to us approving one way or the other. I'd also love to see what, I know it's not great to go by what are our neighbors doing, but I'd love to see what our neighbors are doing. Like is Ponoka County supporting their community halls? How is Lacombe County supporting their community halls? It'd be great to kind of see how they are, because this is obviously gonna be a problem, or potentially a problem everywhere. So why are we so much higher? What are they doing to prevent having such high numbers of ANIs on their insurance? So it'd be great to see how they're mitigating that risk.
Okay, so what I've heard so far is we want to clean up the list of ANIs to reduce that to those that are currently in need of liability insurance. And active, I imagine, is important. I think it's important to maintain a liability insurance, because whether we have it or not, I think with the history of support of those community centers, I think if there was a litigation, it would probably be coming this way too. So I think it's more important to have that policy in place and have people signed, or community associations signed on, than to, after the fact, say, oh, I guess I wish we had, or we should have had. Councillor Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Eve. Just to clarify, when you were explaining liability insurance versus property insurance, liability protects the individuals, right? And the boards themselves and the people that sit on those boards. And again, if we're going to continue with the liability insurance for the people side of it, I would really like to see us build a code of conduct or code of ethics or something, because if we are insuring them, I would like to see us ensure that our expectations are being met. And like I said, I already explained myself on the property insurance side of it.
So what I'm hearing is you feel it's important to have essentially a code of conduct for all community volunteers. And just knowing the nature of those groups, you can have a membership within your community, you can have active volunteers, people that hold positions with an executive, but many of the events are, everybody from 7 years old to 90 helping at those events. It may be difficult to get everybody that would be active and supporting that event or activity to be, you know, signed up to an official code of conduct and you know, I don't know if it's, I like the thought of having people taking responsibility for their actions, but I don't know if we can get to the point of having everybody signed up to such a thing. I mean, maybe I'm
And I
misinterpreting
understand that
what
could
you're
be
saying.
difficult for sure, but the way that I understood it was the liability insurance would be protecting the individuals on those boards. So then would it, and with all of the paperwork that's associated with putting them on the insurance in the first place, would it not be appropriate then for us to also have them sign another piece of paperwork ensuring they follow our code of conduct?
Again, part of the liability there, I believe, is if somebody is enjoying one of the events that these community associations is putting on and has an issue, that they have an avenue that can hopefully resolve the issue they're having. And the people that are actively working within that volunteer group have some level of protection. That doesn't, I don't think that ever eliminates, you know, somebody, either the participant in that activity not having some personal responsibility for their actions, as well as the volunteer not having some personal responsibility for their action. I think the overall thing is that Clearwater County and that community association has some background support for those issues as they come forward. I think eventually litigation or the legal process would vet out who is most responsible in that process. But anyway, I think Mr. Emmons has a comment that probably is much better than my ramblings.
Thank you, Reeve Lahid. Likewise, I well appreciate the sentiment and the rationale behind Councillor Malhaf's suggestion. Always good. My concern administratively would be not supported. It wouldn't be legally enforceable. As a funding agency only, we would exceed our authority to reach into private boards and groups and invoking our code of conduct onto them. I don't know how that could be enforced.
Thank you for that, and a follow-up if you would. Yeah.
Could we then ensure that they have their own in place? That they're following? So similar to the Caroline Ag Society, they have their own type of system that is in place?
I would suggest with funding, it could be a condition.
Okay.
That they develop their code of conduct and enforce it themselves. Could make that a condition of funding. That would be far more palatable, I think, legally than us.
Perfect, thank you.
Welcome. And Deputy Reeve Northcott.
All right, thank you very much, Reeve Lahid. I guess my thoughts are, I like the way it's worded currently right now, the Clearwater County insurance policy, and named each of the hall boards on the policy while providing liability coverage at no cost to the hall. I think it's a benefit to a lot of the organizers, like when they organize an event and stuff like that, there's a lot of stress, there's a lot of work, and there's already a lot of expense that goes into organizing those events. So to keep it simple and really have the, you know, instead of creating more burdensome administrative tasks and red tape, I think just keep it like this as a benefit for the really a lot of our residents through the community use these halls. But if this hall board or committee did have a claim or something to hold that board or committee or those individuals accountable, would they then, if they do have a claim or an incident, would they be able to be removed off of this? That would, you know, sort of, but until they have a mishap or a claim, they would be able to enjoy the benefit of this and not have to go through a bunch of more.
I'd have to do some research on that. I think, yeah, let me get back to you.
Thank you very much. That's all. That was my comment. Thanks.
And I just want to make clarification there. The hall board and the volunteer base are two separate things. Most individuals carry personal liability insurance. So I will double check on that also, the difference between the board liability and the volunteer base. If there are differences on the actual insurance policy, or if both of those groups are covered.
And I think I might just comment that we would be using and have used the public purse to protect the public in this case. That's essentially what's happening there. The volunteers, the community associations are part of the public, and the people that use and enjoy those facilities are part of the public. And it's really to create an avenue for that, for somebody to be able to resolve an issue that they've experienced, and having some backstop or background to or support the entire community. So did administration get enough out of the discussion to do next steps, or do you need something more from?
I'll just confirm with council then that you're gonna have more conversation about the criteria for the other types of community groups that are listed on the policy, on the guiding policy. So the other community groups were that are, I don't know why they're separated here, because both of these groups are listed as an additional named insured within Clearwater County's insurance policy, and they are provided liability insurance at a cost recovery basis. So are we just leaving it as it is for now, and then council will have further discussion about which types of community groups or the criteria for those community groups at the next?
I'm seeing some nods around the table. Comment, Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
I think it would be interesting to see some comparison with what our neighbors, how they manage this.
Sure.
And Councillor Melha.
Thank you, Reeve. Are you looking for us to kind of give you our thoughts on some of these other community groups? Is that kind of what you're asking?
Well, eventually I think it would be good to have just criteria within the policy, and then have the groups still have to be named on the guiding policy in order for them to be insured through RMA. But if we could have some criteria, like it really doesn't say why any of these groups are added. So I think it would be good to give some thought to what sorts of community groups other than the halls should be included in this guiding policy, and therefore have the benefit of being added to the insurance policy.
Like, I do have some questions with regards to the other community groups. For example, Rocky Mountain House Search and Rescue Society, would they not be covered under SAR Alberta? Obviously, Nordeg Ambulance is no longer. Some of these can be combined with their halls, similar like Cow Lake Campground, that they're kind of the same group, are they not? Like, some of these, I think, can be more combined as well. If you're looking for our opinions on each one individually, just like the ones when it comes to Caroline, I mean, that may change as we work through the amalgamation process, but currently, should Caroline not be handling Caroline currently? Like, if you're looking for my opinion on the other community groups individually.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Serhan?
I think for now, they're on our policy and they are receiving liability insurance at their cost of the premium. So I don't see the harm in waiting until the next one to have the overarching discussion about what criteria, why the one group is added when another group isn't. That type of discussion. As far as each of these individual groups, at one time, council thought the thought process would be that they were providing a service for Clearwater County residents to be added to this guiding policy. So the only issue that maybe cannot wait is the seniors the Clearwater Seniors Housing Council does have a phone call into our office asking to be added to this. I mean, I'm sure they can wait for an answer if you want to take the time to think about why certain groups are added and certain ones aren't. But that would be the only group that isn't on here that is asking to be added as an additional named insured.
I sense there was probably a reason for that might have been that they were better under the umbrella than outside the umbrella. Is that something that Councillor Swanson?
Guess as chair of that committee, it was suggested that to go underneath the RMA umbrella, that might be a better fit. So with everything that's going on, so yes, sure. The ask did come.
And I think ultimately for our municipality, for our public, it's better if somebody is named. And that's perhaps why we have so many names on that list, is it's better than being named than to be having to ad hoc try to defend litigation, I guess, without that background liability policy there in place. I'm going to go to Councillor Melhoff first and then back to Councillor Swanson.
Thank you. Just for some clarification, all of council's boards, like boards that were created by council, they are already automatically covered by liability through us, correct? Because we've created those boards, yes?
If they are doing work on behalf of Clearwater County, then yes, they are covered under Clearwater County's liability insurance.
Okay, so they don't have to be named here though, because it's set up differently?
Because they are doing work for Clearwater County.
Okay, and the the Clearwater Seniors Housing Group is not a sub-board of council and therefore is not already named? Yeah, okay, just making sure I've got it all understood in my head. Thank you.
Mr. Martinson, please.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. And, you know, if we look at this list of other community groups, there's two that sort of are different than the rest. Dave Thompson Rec Board is sort of arm's length doing business on behalf of the county, but is not a committee of council because we don't appoint all the members, but we do appoint to it. So I would sort of draw your attention to that, as well as the Caroline District Athletic and Ag Society. Again, they sort of appoint their own board for the most part, but council has appointments directly to it. If we did take them off this list, that would cause a little bit of inequity as we sit around the board and make decisions together, having council liability covered fully, you know, through ours, but the rest of the board would have to go out on the open market. That could cause a challenge. So, you know, those two are different. Why they're different, we could take a whole day going back, you know, and telling you the history of how we got here. But both those two boards are certainly different than Open Creek Campground.
Do you have enough direction to move forward with next steps then?
I believe I do.
Okay. Any further comments? Well, thank you very much for a lively topic and lots of great discussion. We'll move through our agenda. We'll skip item 9. Now that's scheduled for this afternoon, I believe. So are we ready for the CAO report? I hate to say that's a filler, but we'll have the CAO report now. Mr. Emmons, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lahid. So the October 11th CAO report, the application intake period for vacant public member positions on boards and committees closed October 7th. Additional advertising is not required as 41 applications were received for 18 positions. The RMA, Rural Municipalities of Alberta, 2022 Fall Convention takes place in Edmonton on November 7th to the 10th. Traditionally, council meets with various ministers, deputy ministers in person during the convention to advocate for the interests of rural Alberta and Clearwater County. Administration sent meeting requests to Minister of Municipal Affairs and RCMP K Division. Strategic Steps Incorporated, the consulting firm hired to complete the Caroline Clearwater amalgamation study, will meet with Clearwater and the Village of Caroline administration within the next 2 weeks, after which the Caroline Clearwater Intermunicipal Collaboration Committee will meet to begin the process.
Any questions for Mr. Emmons? I'll go to Division 1 first.
Thank you, Reeve. I believe RMA is landing on a council day, on our scheduled council day. Do we need a motion of council to change that date?
That is coming forward, Councillor Mallette. Thank you.
No problem. Going forward, are we able to also make other requests of ministers? For example, I know that you and I had talked about potentially meeting with the Minister of Ag, et cetera. Are we able to send you those requests so that we can meet with them? Or is it too late?
No, we can definitely request. You know, we've extended some, but we can. Yeah. Sorry.
Pardon me. Her mic's not on.
No, with every request, Councillor Malhalf, administration just needs details to give the administrator the heads up on what the subject matter is, so their administration can prepare appropriately.
Okay, we can have an offline conversation about meeting with some of those ministers. Thank you.
And Councillor Swanson, please.
Actually, Councillor Malhalf had touched on our meeting requests. I was gonna ask for a meeting request with Minister of Alberta Environment, Parks, to discuss the nodes, the progression of the area structure plans out west, rail trail, what's happening with that. So I think that needs to key before budget in regards to those discussions. So I would like to maybe even update them with what's happening in Nordic.
And I think it's always great to get in front of those ministers any chance you can. And I think this one might be particularly appropriate in that we don't know who those ministers will probably be at RMA, because that could be part of an upcoming cabinet shuffle. So always good to be able to retell our story to another set of ears, even though there'll probably be many of the same ears in the room. But Councillor Malhalf, please.
I absolutely agree, and we can always ask. They may not meet with us, but I think it's important that we always extend the ask to advocate for our community. And as I said, I really would like to meet with the Minister of Ag to advocate for that very thing, our ag community. So, and again, offline, I can send you the reasons I'd like to meet with him. Thanks.
Okay, additional questions for Mr. Emmons? Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
I don't have a question. I don't know what was done differently this year in posting these board positions and committee positions, but that is an impressive response. So kudos to whoever put that together.
Thank you for that. Additional questions for Mr. Emmons? If not, I'd be looking for a motion to accept the CAO's report for information. Councillor Graham, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Let's do some councillor reports, I guess. So we will go to Division 1. Division 1 has sent around a sheet already, so we'll let her highlight what she wants to highlight.
Perfect.
Excuse me.
Thank you. As you stated, I sent around my my report this morning. Teresa Lynn was nice enough to print it off for all of you, because I know a lot of us really like paper. So the only thing that I'll look at highlighting here is the RPAC conference, as I'm the only one of us that was able to attend that. I found it fabulous. There was approximately 125 delegates at this particular conference, and I loved the format that they used. A lot of conferences you go to and there's somebody on the stage, you feel like they're talking at you. And I really felt like this one facilitated conversation to happen around the room, which I really enjoyed. It's a lot of communities, surprisingly, are still focusing on recruitment of physicians. So it's nice to see them discussing the shift of focusing on recruitment of all healthcare professionals. This group has been, our PAP was put in place in the 90s. So, I mean, healthcare has been a growing issue for a while, and we're coming to a head, I think, on staff. So it's nice to hear communities working together to try to betterment of our healthcare. My concern is that this has now become a municipal problem that is a provincial issue. Healthcare is a provincial mandate, it's a provincial requirement, and we are being called upon as municipalities and communities to advocate for something that is a provincial problem. They have to provide it and should be providing it. One thing that I thought was great at this conference is that it was brought up that who are we competing against, these different boards, these physician recruitment boards, these healthcare recruitment boards, who are we competing against? Well, we're competing against each other. Right, we're competing, all of us are competing against the same pot. So the idea was brought up that perhaps we need not a provincial group, because everybody wanted to maintain their own autonomy, but a provincial network of people. So if, say, that nurse doesn't want to come to your community, maybe you can help find them a community within the province for them to go to, rather than being like, oh, you don't want us, off you go. We can hopefully still keep them within the fold and help them find what they are looking for in a community to settle in. And I thought that that was a really great discussion that came out of that particular conference. I also have the opportunity right now to enjoy the furthest southwest part of our municipality. My family and I are currently camping out at the Ahatinda, and I just wanted to comment on how vast and diverse our community really is. I don't know that a lot of people know that that area is actually still Clearwater County. And it is stunning, and I'm very much enjoying my time there. In fact, I'm going back to meet up with my family again tomorrow morning out there. So it's great to have that piece of me growing up, being able to share that with my family. The rest of my report is in front of you, and I will let you peruse that at your leisure.
Councillor Melhoff. Again, thank you, and I'll move to Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. A few things. I think I will let Councillor Radcliffe touch on the crime watch. Unless you want me to. Okay, so some unfortunate news is that the Crime Watch has decided to fold. I know most of you know that already. They've really been trying. They tried to amalgamate with other crime watches. They tried collaboration with other crime watches, and it's just, there's not the support from the community, and it's just not working, and they just can't do it. They've done such a wonderful job, the board, and they've put in so much effort, and it's unfortunate to see that go, but if people decide to step up, it can be brought back to life, but it doesn't look like that's gonna happen. We all did the MDP together. Most of us attended the Truth and Reconciliation Walk with the Friendship Center. That was really great. It was a beautiful day for it, and it was cool it was hard to hear some people who spoke, but it was cool to hear the stories. He did a wonderful job of his speech there. We all did the Nordeg tour together. Rural industry crime reduction, we had a meeting last week for that. We had a presentation about security in different areas. Scotland was mentioned, and I forget the other place that was mentioned, and for oil field sites, and the fencing that they have quite elaborate security there, and everything's locked up and chained up, and the discussion was kind of that's the costs disallow us from being able to do that around here, and it's kind of the small frequent thefts that are really making people struggle. Yeah, I think that's about all. The CPOs did mention too that they use the road use agreements that are done through the county to kind of try and monitor the sites for the people. So they obviously know where the action's at, so they can go and try and keep the sites from being robbed. We did the CRMA meeting together, and the David Thompson Award ceremony, I got to present the Clearwater County Scholarship there, which was really good. It was a very bittersweet moment, being probably the last award ceremony in that facility. I've got a lot of family history in those walls, so it's kind of hard to see it go, but very exciting for the new students to have that new facility in their pretty cool division. So yeah, that was really good. I've never seen an award ceremony turn out that big there, so that was really cool to see. It's a very vibrant community with many wonderful students. The principals list and the honor roll lists were pretty darn long, so we have a really good future here in Clearwater County. And that is the end of my report.
Thank you very much for that. Questions for Councillor Graham? Well, again, thank you so much. And I'm very, very sad to hear the Crime Watch group is dissolving. They've done, as a volunteer group, have done tremendous work over the last number of years, and they will be missed. But hopefully there's never a need to have more focus on crime again. But I somehow think that their efforts will be missed, and hopefully hopefully have a need in the future to rejoin the group and move forward. Deputy Reeve Northcott, I'm so sorry.
Absolutely no worries, Rafe. My report, I really don't have anything to report or any highlights or anything at this time, but just the tour of Nordegg was really good. So thanks to administration for that and all the information that was provided on the tour. Other than that, I've just been getting caught up in field work and stuff like that. So I guess one of the things is Alberta has a new premier being sworn in today. So that's about it. Thanks.
Great. And I shall move to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Yes, it is sad to see the demise of Crime Watch. They did a lot of work in getting information out to community, education on crime prevention or crime resistance. So hopefully we can find a way to keep that alive in the community. Most of the other events have already been covered. I sat in on the virtual AGM for the West Country Drug Coalition, which had some interesting bits of information. They have some quite successful youth engagement efforts going on. They received a grant for a come and go, they call it a fireside chat approach on October 21st from 4 to 8 p.m. at the Historic Park. Some statistics that in Alberta, approximately 4 people die every day from drug overdose, which is still too high, although that number is coming down. There are more reports of drug-induced schizophrenia, which is alarming. And the safety net of these naloxone kits is actually being used as a safety net by users, that they just make sure someone with them has a naloxone kit and use these street drugs that are toxic. So trying to help doesn't always help. And there was also a comment that the police mental health costs are up significantly. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Questions for Councillor Ratcliffe? Well, again, thank you for your report, and I'll move to Councillor Cermak, please.
Thank you, Ray. I haven't got a whole bunch of comments or anything, but I really enjoyed the Nordegg tour. Very enlightening to see how many residents reside out there in our beautiful West Country. I thank the administration for all the information, And if anybody has a day off in our county, take a tour out there. It's beautiful out there and there's lots to learn. And the other comment I'd like to make is about the CRMA. I was just amazed at how many municipalities can work as one individual and get stuff done. It was just amazing to see how cooperative everybody was in that room over there. Thank you.
Questions for Councillor Cermak? Well, thank you very much for that report. That was very good. And we'll move to Councillor Swanson, please.
All right, great community involvement by our council in the last few weeks. Seen you guys a lot, even though we were in council, so that's awesome. I echo a lot of the comments in regards to the tour of Nordegg, which was great. The one board that I will bring, I'm on the Rocky Rec board, so just to bring a few updates there, that there's the town is doing their service level review next weekend, and then they will be bringing forward on the next rec board meeting, any changes to any of the service levels in regards to, could be increase in pricing to their pass, little things like that. So I'll know more about that, or whoever is representative of that board will know more about that on the next meeting. Of course, and the sad part is there's been a sponsorship lost in regards to the Rocky Regional Rec Center. I gotta get my words around that one. So unfortunately, Rainbow will be ending at the end of 2022. And so anyways, our contract will end at that, 2 years short, which is unfortunate, but it is where that is up there. And we did do a tour of the aquatic center, realizing that, yes, the filters for the water it's 45 years old, needs to be changed, you can't get them anymore, things like that. So I anticipate the ask at budget time from the rec board at that particular level will be more pertaining to the swimming pool. It has prelim somewhere around $1.5 million. So we'll look at that particular budget item when it comes forward in November, December. Other than that, business as usual there, and I just wanted to just say that the AGM for the Compassionate Hospice Society is this Thursday at 7, and anyways, just a shout out to them for them continuing the work that they do for our community.
Thank you. Questions for Councillor Swanson? I might have a question around the filter. Now, this was something I don't think we've had brought to us before. This is something that's been a catastrophic failure, or is this something that was more of a planned replacement?
I'll just say that when we went to go look at them, there's 96 filters that go in this particular tank, and they are literally taking them out, washing them out, checking the holes in them. It's antiquated, to say the least. Some of these filters, you can't get them. Like I say, the system is 45 years old. So it's not like these filters can be even custom made. It's just going, it's time for replacement. And I guess the question will be at some point in time too, I think for both councils, is how long do we keep doing these replacements, and when is it time to pull the plug and do something different entirely?
I hear you. It's always a concern when you hear the 45-year-old stuff, and I'm sure it's maybe connected to stuff that's 45 years old as well. So always nice to know what's looming ahead of us in the near future. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. What impact would this change, this upgrade to a new filter system, have on pool operations? Like, how long might it be shut down? Maybe they didn't give you that information.
They didn't give me that information
at this particular meeting, but it was said that if there is a catastrophic failure, that until there's a new system in place, the pool would be closed. So we are running on borrowed time, basically, is what they're telling us right now.
And so we might be looking at a shutdown for months
Yes.
to make this change.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Additional questions for Councillor Swanson? Well, thank you very much for the report, and I guess hearing council's reports, it just highlights how busy council has been over the last weeks, and I can certainly echo how much I've enjoyed some of our educational opportunities and then meeting with other like-minded municipalities in the central region. I think it's been a great couple of weeks. Also, one thing I don't think that was mentioned, you guys have been very thorough, but I don't think anybody mentioned the aggregate levy webinar where we could learn more about other counties' experiences with the aggregate levy process and how that might be appropriate for us to consider. I think we've considered those in the past and haven't opted for that, but maybe it's time to have that discussion again, and maybe it's something that's a good fit for us as well. So I look forward to that discussion sometime in the future. That's it for me. If nobody has any questions, I would look for a motion to accept council's reports for information. And Councillor Graham was first, so all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Councillor remuneration, I don't believe there was any on the list this time, so we don't need to check that one off. Correspondence, there's a number of pieces of correspondence. Anything that administration wants to highlight from that correspondence, or any questions from council relating to that? Councillor Cermak, please.
The P. Scott, the installation of cattle guards. What is our policy on cattle guards on major roads?
Mr. Emmons, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Yeah, Councillor Cermak. For years, Clearwater County has made it a procedure to, whenever possible, remove cattle guards. Citing, of course, provincial legislation, it's always the responsibility of the livestock owner to keep their animals off the roadway. So we have some historic cattle guards on Red River access because they were installed under the authority of the province. But as we've rebuilt, particularly in this correspondence burn stick, those cattle guards were removed prior to construction and not replaced.
So that is our policy?
It has been.
Because the road that joins that one, the River Road, the James River Road, it has a cattle guard in it.
Yes, Sir Cermak, as you may recall, it had 2 more cattle guards that have been removed. Those historic ones, Clearwater County has been waiting for opportunity. That has not presented itself. There's been no turnover of lease. There's been no opportunities to remove those ones. But there is less cattle guards on the James River Road than what existed 30 years ago.
Follow up, or?
So do we have any solution for Patty Scott other than fencing? Or do we fence the Burnstick Lake Road?
For this particular case, council could revisit its decision on cattle guards, or it would be the responsibility of the livestock owner.
So just so I understand, after the cattle guard, of course, then there would be livestock at large then on the roadway. And I know in the past, we've had a number of those here and there on roads that the county maintains. What are our liabilities to the general public on really if we place a cattle guard across the road, we're almost condoning, not condoning, permitting livestock to interact with the safe movement of traffic. And not everybody is as familiar today with livestock behavior as they were in the past. So I was just wondering what our experience has been with these open grazing leases and those county-operated roads or county-maintained roads.
Great question, Reeve Lougheed. I'm personally not open, I'm not privileged to those statistics. I can't really recall any. I do understand the position of the author of this letter. Personally, I support no cattle guards on municipal roadways. I understand the rationale. In this particular area, I almost view it like the trunk road, where there's open grazing out there. It'd be extremely hard to maintain the fences out there where there's so much random camping and quadding. I get the maintenance on that fence would be atrocious, because I do understand the abusers, sorry for the word, that would vandalize newly installed fences. I get it. I just know historically, whenever we've had opportunity, we have removed those cattle guards for good reason.
No, thank you for that. I'm going to go Councillor Cermak first, and then we'll go back to my right.
I guess the comment I have, does the Clearwater County have a herd law or not?
A herd law?
Yes.
I'm unfamiliar, Councillor Cermak.
A herd law is that you're allowed to graze the road lawns and stuff, and the motorists are liable if they hit a farmer's animal. And I believe that, I thought, now this could have changed, but I thought the Clearwater County had a herd law.
I would have to investigate that, Councillor Cermak. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, thank you.
And I know I've got a full panel of lights, so I'm gonna go to my immediate right, and Councillor Northwest, you're a ghost. Okay, Division 2, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. My light was for real. Is this something that we could bring back to discuss at a future council meeting? Because I would be interested to discuss this more. Like it says in this letter, there are wild horses out there and they're right against the road. And I would personally like to look into this. I'd hate to see a farmer put out this much for something that they don't really have control over. So could we discuss this in a future meeting, please?
Okay. And Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I was gonna say the same thing. That way administration can be as prepared as possible to answer any of the questions that we will have regarding this. I am very pro pasture for numerous reasons. Fire smart, weed smart, all the different things that go with it. And obviously I'd like to support agriculture as much as we can. So if we can come up with some solutions for not only this particular letter writer, but all of the ag community that uses rangelands, lease lands, et cetera, I think it'd be great. But for me to ask all my questions now, I feel it would be really unfair to administration who isn't prepared to answer said questions necessarily. As ready and willing as Mr. Emmons always is, I think it'd be appropriate that we give him the opportunity to bring back information for us.
Thank you for that, and I think it's appropriate that we do have a discussion because it's not something that's crossed my pathway before, and it'd be nice to have an understanding at least of where we're at. Councillor Ratcliffe and then Councillor Cermak.
Thank you, Reeve. My comments are basically similar to the previous two councillors, that this farmer seems to be put into a near impossible position where it could take generations to recover the cost of the fencing, much less try and keep it intact with the recreation users. So yeah, I think we need to work further on this.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cermak, please.
Yeah, just a little more information. I have talked to Patty, and she has been with her eight and a half sections land she has out there since '89, I believe she said. And I don't think there's ever been an incident yet with a car and an animal on that section of road. And she certainly looks after her fences that are on the north and the south end. I think every weekend she goes out and fixes at least 1 to 2 fence cuts every weekend. And then the skidoos come, and in the spring she has usually up to 20 to 25 fence cuts that she repairs. And it is good for the wild horses too. She does look after them. Thanks.
Well, great. Thank you for that. Thank you for that discussion. I probably would expect something coming to us at some point in the future to have a more in-depth educational moment with where we're at and where we want to go. Councillor Swanson.
If there's no further discussion, I'll move a motion to accept correspondence.
Okay, thank you for that. Further discussion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. That takes us, clock on the wall says it's just right at noon here, and I don't think we're ready for item 10, I don't think. So it might be an appropriate moment. Would there be any notices of motion? We can cross that one on or off the list. Any notices of motion? Councillor Melhoff, is this using one of your cards?
It's not quite a notice of motion at this point. I think that I'll work with administration in the background. I just wanted to make council aware, as of January 1st, our local EMS team is going to 96-hour shifts. They currently work 48s, and they're shifting 1 unit to 12s and 1 unit to 96 hours straight. In consultation with Minister Nixon, he has stated to them and to myself that Alberta Health Services is just not listening to reason. So I think it would be appropriate for us to try to advocate on behalf of our community's emergency services. I'm hopeful that we can work with administration in the background and perhaps have a notice of motion coming forward at the next meeting. I just wanted to try to give you guys the heads up that that is happening, and I'd really love to see us advocate for our community and the community of Caroline personally. 96-hour shifts are awful. They're awful to the staff. They're awful to the public. It often leaves large chunks of our communities not covered at all. Nordig is also 96-hour shifts. A large portion of our community are serviced by 96-hour shifts. And if Nixon is saying that he's hitting a wall and not able to get any further, I don't know how much help we're going to be, but I'd really love to see us try to do something. I don't know if we can fully stop this, but we can hopefully make it aware of it.
Thank you for that. And Mr. Emmons?
Thank you, Reeve Lloyd. Perhaps, Councillor Melhoff, respectfully, rather than consider a notice of motion, perhaps we add Minister of Health to the list at the RMA, and we might get lucky and get a seat in front of them.
Councillor Melhoff.
That would be great, considering the state of healthcare. I don't know that we'll get a seat in front of them, but it'd be awesome if we could get a seat. And it'd be awesome if we could even look at drafting a letter for Reeve to sign to make, if we can't get a seat with them, maybe that's an option. I just don't want to see us do nothing with a large portion of our county covered by that type of service. But 96 hours is a hard one to take.
Well, thank you for bringing that forward too. And I think as we move into the next number of weeks and months, there's going to be the opportunity for talking to new ears, I think, and definitely there's, I think the provincial government will be in a state of flux for some time. But I think it is an opportunity as well to be able to tell our story again and new set of years, and I think, need to look at it as an opportunity coming forward rather than a setback. I think that's, if anything we can garner from the next number of weeks, I think there's opportunities there. So let's keep our nose to the grindstone and grind those ears as much as we can. Why don't we, I don't believe we can do item 10, so let's take a break for, we'll take a recess now and be back 10:45. Well, welcome back, everyone, after our recess. We continue through our agenda of the day, and we're joined by a delegation from TC Energy this afternoon. And maybe we'll start with a round of introductions. I'll go to Division 1 first.
Good afternoon, Jenny Melhoff, and as stated, Division 1.
Hello, Sydney Graham, Division 2.
Good afternoon, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor.
Good afternoon, Darrell Lawhead, Councillor for Division 3 in Reeve.
Good afternoon, Neil Ratcliffe, TC Energy shareholder and councillor for Division 5.
So are you declaring a conflict?
Welcome, Brian Zermack, Division 6.
Hi, Division 7, Michelle Swanson.
Good afternoon, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good afternoon, Rick Emmons, CAO.
Go ahead. I'm Lisa Deck. And Teresa Sydenham.
Well, welcome and thank you very much for joining us this afternoon and stepping the schedule up a little bit to accommodate us. We do appreciate that. So we look forward to your presentation, so I shall turn the floor across to you.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. I think I'll start with a little bit about the projects. I'm the lead for these projects that are in the area, and then we'll go over to Lisa for a regional update. So just here to talk to you about a few of projects that are within the county and give you a bit of an update on those projects and how much longer that they'll be in the area. And then Lisa will provide a regional update and then any questions. So the Edson Mainline expansion, this is starting just with the Elk River section. This one is north of, it comes into Clearwater County, but it's further north. A lot of workers in that stayed in the Drayton Valley area because of how far north it was. This one went into service this weekend. So on October 7th, we went into service early. The in-service date was November 1st, but they went into service a little bit early. Still crews in the area doing cleanup and reclamation activities, weather permitting, for the next month and a half. And then after that, crews will be out of the area, but a bit of a success there, having this one gone into service. So this is a 48-inch pipe, which all the projects I'll speak to you about are, and it's 40 kilometers of pipe, and this one was located just southeast of Hinton. And just a little bit of background, all these projects are a loop of an existing line, so just adding more capacity onto that line. A couple of pictures of lowering in for the project and putting some sand on top of the pipe as well. And then another picture of lowering in the pipe. So the next project is also part of the Edson Mainline project. This is the Alford Creek section. So this is closer to the Rocky Mountain House area and within Clearwater County, the entire component of the project. This one again is another loop of the project. There's just along our existing line, and it's 46 kilometers of pipe and located just 29 kilometers west of Rocky Mountain House. This project is coming to a close as well. Some of the project is being cleaned up and working on reclamation. Well, we're just finishing up and in target to go in service probably a little bit early as well, but before November 1st. Got a few pictures of this one as well. So some shading on that one as well with sand, and then another picture of lowering in. And this is just a tie-in of Alford Creek, so at the very southernmost point. This one is on track as well to go into service with the rest of the project mid-October, but before November 1st. Some pictures of the tie-in as well. Some backfill and just running of the pipe there.
And the last one I have to talk to you about is the Raven River section. So this is 18 kilometers, also 48-inch diameter pipe. So this is a bit more south of the Alford Creek section, so northwest of the town of Sundre, and same timeline as Alford, so probably be in service around mid-October, but before November 1st, so by the end of this month. And I have a couple pictures as well. So some lowering in again, and then a tool for isolation of the pipe as well. So what's next? As I said, these projects are going into service. They'll all be in service by the targeted for the end of the month, and just working on reclamation and cleanup activities this year. Hope to be done those activities this year. However, there could be some cleanup come back next year depending on the weather and when the snow arrives. So just wanted to thank everyone. This community has been great for the project. We really appreciate being in this community, having such a supportive community around and welcoming us in while the workers were in the area. So that is the update I have on the projects. Did you want to click or do you want me to click?
You can click.
Okay, perfect.
So as I mentioned, my name is Lisa Deck. I am the Regional Community Liaison. So when a project goes operational, it transitions from the project team to the area team. So I am Teresa's co-part. And so throughout operations, I'll be the point contact for the community. I look after the community investment program, the public awareness program. So creating opportunities for people to learn about living and working around the pipeline safely. And that can be anyone from the advertising that we do to speaking about it at community fairs, that sort of thing. But really targeting those landowners who are living and working around the area, ensuring they know the regulations for development around the right-of-way. And also so that we can encourage people to dig safely. So you'll often see our vehicles driving around town. You'll see the click before you dig message on them. That's all part of the program. So I want to take the opportunity to talk about the operations team and then communication. So when you'll hear from me and when I'd like you to contact me. So what our ops team looks like. So much like the project team, there's a manager and they've got a team under them of subject matter experts. So the area manager here sits in our office in Rocky Mountain House. She's got a number of technicians that work out of the office as well out of the surrounding stations. And her team of subject matter experts is spread out throughout southern Alberta. So in terms of reaching out to the community, I'm the community liaison. There's a land rep who works with all the landowners, and then there's an Indigenous relations rep who works with the rights holders in southern Alberta, but most importantly in your area. So when you'll hear from me, so we don't have as many milestones in ops as they do in projects. So we don't really have that much to report back on. But as part of our operations, we do have a robust maintenance program. And so as part, we monitor our pipeline ongoingly. So a lot of these things you won't see. It's monitored from our network control center. We do inline inspections. We do area flyovers. So things that you won't see anything out of the ordinary. But when it does come to something that might be a little more impactful is when we do things like investigative digs or pipe replacements. So when something like that is going on, you will see an increase in traffic, generally for a very short duration, but it also could mean additional noise or activities. So the land rep will work with the landowners to ensure they have access, to ensure they know about the project, they've got those details, and I will be contacting you. So I'll reach out, tell you the information about the project, let you know how to reach me, but in most cases it has far less of an impact than a project would. Next up, so part of this role entails engaging with emergency services. So I'll reach out to the fire departments in the area and offer to present to them, offer to review the emergency response plans with them, talk to the directors of emergency management about planning should there be an incident. One of the other places that we engage emergency services is through our exercises. So every year we run a full-scale exercise. We've got our technicians engaged in a field area. We set up an incident command post. We've got our operations center in Calgary engaged. And so you will see everyone right down from technicians to finance to upper management participate in this exercise. We move them around. So I work throughout southern Alberta. So we recently just did one in Wainwright. And then we'll be moving it out to, let me think, out here very soon.
for 2023, but I can't think of the location. But if it falls within close proximity, we do invite stakeholders and rights holders to attend to participate in it. So when it is near Clearwater County, we'll reach out, give you the details of it, and offer to have you engaged in it. So we've seen people sit in the incident command post with us. We've done just call outs so that someone in their regular day job, whatever it would be, will call you and you would filter down the information as you see appropriate. Or you can just come and observe. So observe the field site, what's happening on at the actual mock incident, and what the technicians are doing, how they're communicating with emergency services that in turn work for the county, that sort of thing. So we do run one of those every year. And there's one more thing I was going to tell you about it. I'll get back to you on where it is in 2023. And then in the unlikely case of an incident, we will reach out. So as soon as we know that there's an incident on our pipeline, and we've identified that it does come from our pipe, we'll reach out to give you the details we have at the time. We can talk about where that information needs to be shared, what we can do in supporting that if we need to, and then keep you in the loop until we get it back stabilized and back into service. And then lastly, our public awareness program. So this is a mailed brochure that you'll receive. You're likely already receiving them because you do have assets in service. It'll come once a year. You cannot opt out of it. It has the same information every year. And you won't be getting any more just as a result of these, but you will still be getting the material. It also has information in it on who to contact when you need a written crossing agreement. And I'll speak to that in the next slide. So when to contact us? Whenever. But more importantly, when you're doing planning around the right-of-way. So as part of area structure planning, rezoning, development, that sort of thing, we ask that you reach out to us. So although pipelines are safe, there's a number of considerations when working near the right-of-way, especially because we are regulated by Canada Energy Regulator. They have some regulations. They're a little more stringent than what the AER has. So just need to be mindful for any sort of crossings, anything on the right-of-way that might involve potentially moving dirt. Anything of that, we need to ensure that we have the appropriate written consent available for you. So you can do that on our website or call us. We'll walk you through the process or refer to your brochure that you get because it has the regulations in it. When it comes to actually planning around the right-of-way, we do some considerations too, which is why it's so important you reach out when it comes to land use planning. So I don't know if Teresa had talked about this or Preston early in the early days of it, but an example is sometimes we use thicker wall pipeline in certain areas, so sensitive areas, crossing under highways, something of that nature. And we also do that in areas where there's a higher density population. So we see a lot of the communities that we were once in growing, and so you'll notice that where right-of-ways were previously in relation to people's homes and communities is a little different now. So back to knowing if you're changing the area structure plan or if you're changing what's around our pipeline right-of-way and you provide that information to us, we can look at the considerations, say, does this require class change? Do we need to replace the pipe with an increased thickness? That sort of thing. So although we will provide comment into the area structure plan, it's also very important to contact us so that we can plan around it too. We work with a consultant called B&A, very short name, but what they are is land use planners, but they have a really sound understanding of where our pipelines are. So they can provide input into those plans and take it back to us. They're kind of the go-between. But when it comes to connecting with them, they'll send out information as well, so you have their contact information. But if you wanted to really reach out, you can just point to me and I'll point you in their direction with our land use planner in this area. Next up, ongoing economic benefits. So although the projects bring a lot of economic benefit to the area, there's still benefits of having operational assets in your community. So every year, we pay about 1.8 million in property taxes to Clearwater County. And as a result of these projects, it'll pay an additional 800,000 starting in 2025. So the government had an incentive to build pipelines, and so payments will not be made on new pipelines going in service until 2025. So that's when you can expect to see that increase. It is something though, and so that'll add to the property tax that we pay in the community already. And we also have our community investment program. So I'm sure Teresa had spoken about this before. It's called our Build Strong program. much the same as it operates when there's a project. When you submit a request to the region, we have a regional team look at it and they can value, is this something that is really important in my community? Is this something that we want to see move forward? And so those people have a lot of power. There are some that sit in the Rocky Mountain House office though, so you can easily influence them. If there's something that you want to see, you want to bring something forward. And you would apply through the same portal as you did when it was a project. And that's all. Thank you so much for having us here. Were there any questions?
Open up for council for questions. Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you, Reeve. This projects you've been working on through here, these mainline loops, how much additional capacity will that add to your system?
I knew that was going to come up, and I did ask for the answer. I don't have it yet, but it's something I can definitely send, and I'll send to Tracy or Rick to have that distributed.
Okay, thank you. I'm just looking what it's adding to the provincial
Yeah, no,
economy.
definitely. I will definitely get you the number.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, of course.
And Councillor Swanson, please.
As you lastly brought up that, you know, we can expect a little bit more tax in 2025, I guess what COVID has brought is the fact that your projects have actually kept our communities going throughout these last 3 years in regards to, you know, use of the hotel, groceries, et cetera. So it's contributed to our economy locally as well as, you know, the jobs that it's created as well. So thank you very much for that. Do you anticipate, I know this has been a major add-on, what's the anticipation for future economic development with TC Energy in our area, or is there any?
Is that one you can answer? Yeah, I can't. As in, I don't have an answer. Unfortunately, I don't know of anything, or nothing has been brought up to me to be able to communicate of future projects. Yeah.
Additional questions? Councillor Cermak.
I don't have a question. I would just like to show my appreciation on how much you thought about the county and how much you are giving information to us on an ongoing basis and from before. Years ago, pipeliners didn't do that. I really do appreciate what TC Energy is doing. Thank you.
And I can echo that. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us today. Councillor, our Deputy Reeve Northcott has a question as well.
Yeah, just definitely a significant investment on TC Energy's part. I was just curious if there was if you had any information for how many years of natural gas production are estimated, sort of in the west, maybe central portion of Alberta?
I don't. No. Would you mind rephrasing that? I don't have the information now, but I have to take it away.
Absolutely. No, just for the investment, like it is, everybody realizes that it's a significant investment, but my question is, how many years are estimated of natural gas production? Like how many years of viable natural gas production are there into the future? How many years, in West Central Alberta?
Yeah, okay. I'll take it away. What I can tell you is that our pipelines have been operating for over 75 years. And so we are looking at, TC Energy is looking at different energy sources and how to go through that energy transition. But we're gonna keep the pipelines as our bread and butter. They do have a longevity to them. And so we won't be removing any natural gas from the area, but we are looking at exploring other things. So I don't know if that helps to address, or to build on your question.
Yeah, and as more of a transport type company, I'm just wondering, to make that kind of an investment for an expansion like that, for the room for producers to be able to, drill.
Yeah.
And then, tie into your guys' infrastructure. So I was just curious, is it 10 years of future, or 20 or 50 or 100 or 200 or 300? How many years of viable natural gas production would be?
Yeah, I'm not sorry, I can't answer that question.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions? Well, again, thank you so much for joining us today, and thank you so much for keeping us in an informed loop here. I'd also like to congratulate you. You did say my secret phrase of the day, which was area structure plan. So again, thank you so much. Please help yourself to whatever's on the desk on the way out.
Thank you very much for having us.
Thank you. I'll leave a stack of my business cards out as well, just so if you want to contact me with anything now or in the future, feel free to.
Well, thanks again.
Thanks for having us.
Sorry? Oh, yes, that's what, if I could have a motion to accept that presentation for information, please. Councillor Melhoff, as I saw first, so all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Ms. Haggard, are we ready for the 1:30 or can we skip ahead to the 10.1?
I would skip ahead to the 10.1. I think they're waiting for one more search.
Sure, no, it sounds perfect then. So that takes us down to 10.1, which is a letter of support for Clearwater River flood mitigation for private property. And I'll turn the floor across to Ms. Haggard.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed and members of council. Good afternoon. As council is aware, in the mid-June timeframe, around that 15th of June, Clearwater County in various locations experienced some localized flooding along the riverways and properties adjacent to the river in about 8 locations where there was different levels of damages. Several residents along the Clearwater River specifically experienced some localized flooding at that time and expressed concerns with the river channel changing location and moving into their private property. And I know council is also aware of the disaster relief program that the province provides funding to sometimes when there's damage to either municipal or private infrastructure. And I'll get into the DRP a little bit further on, but this specific request was for a letter of support from a resident landowner in that Clearwater River area. And that was on Township Road 36-5A at Range Road 6-4, which is west and north of Caroline. And a few months back, both myself, Councillor Northcott and CO Emmons met with the landowners at their request just to review the property, take some pictures. They didn't feel like they qualified for DRP because it was land that was lost. There was not infrastructure damage. There's no roadways lost or houses on the property lost. But it is a piece of property that's adjacent to the home quarter section where they would have been using that land. So they had some significant land loss and they reported 30 acres approximately this year, which is quite a bit of land loss. And not something that is within Clearwater County's realm to fund or provide mitigation or river retraining. Because there are different pieces of legislation, which I've listed, I won't go through them for council, that they're listed in the agenda item at the provincial and federal level that actually regulate what goes on within the waterways. So our recourse is to apply for those DRP funds. And in this case, we did submit that parcel not knowing whether it would qualify or not, but because of the significance of land loss, they were included in our application, whether the province considers the application and grants DRP funding will be up to them. Still haven't heard as of today. So that's still pending from Municipal Affairs. So when you're meeting with Municipal Affairs Minister in November at the RMA, that might be something is the DRP funding as well as other types of flood mitigation funding or programs that aren't existing currently, which would be great to have for our area. We are a large municipality with many water bodies and properties adjacent to the water bodies. So if there is additional programs or funding that could help property owners like this, that would be something that I think it's in council's realm to advocate for, absolutely. And again, I know council is familiar, but I'll go over the DRP funding is available for those damages to municipal and private infrastructure. It is not guaranteed funding and it is determined by the minister at their discretion based on availability of funding, the scope of disaster in the province, not just our own. So should DRP funding be approved, we're still waiting, then applications could be open. So there are a few private landowners that applied along with Clearwater County for our damage loss, and we're still in the waiting game, I guess, for that. So if the province does choose to fund the DRP, they will open and have case managers work with those private landowners to remediate whatever damages have been done. So that's what happens typically if you lose a shop or a driveway or a house with a flood, and it is DRP funded, and DRP is typically limited to non-insurable losses, and the province considers themselves a funder of last resort. So if your home insurance would cover flood damages to your property, that's something that they may take into consideration and choose not to fund. The other thing is that the DRP legislation changed a few years back, and private properties are now a one-time funding for any infrastructure to a maximum of 500,000. So there was no threshold and no maximum number of instances previously. So in the last decade of catastrophic large-scale disasters and the costs associated with that, the province had to put in some limitations to their disaster relief funding. And so people have to be careful or choose wisely, I guess, the level of damage to a property that's uninsurable, whether they wish to choose their DRP today or there could be a larger loss down the road. But certainly when there's a loss that's not insurable, it is traumatic, and so we empathize with those property owners. In speaking with AEMA reps, there are no current programs specific to private property riverbank erosion repair mitigation, and that is not something typically covered under DRP. I've learned that strange things can happen and a minister can choose to fund what they wish. So we have included those applications, like I said, that didn't deem to be DRP coverable, just in case the circumstance arises that they have the ability to fund those projects for whatever reason. And I've already mentioned that we didn't get a response yet from our Part 1 and 2 DRP applications that were submitted in July and September. I was kind of hoping that there would be a word before September because it has been more than 3 months that they've known that we were applying for DRP funding. And again, a smaller scale in terms of disaster, that could be the reason, or busy with other things. But again, that's left in the provincial hands. So getting to the landowner at question, I didn't include their name or their property specifically in the agenda item, but what they're asking for Clearwater County to do is to provide a letter of support that would encourage those federal or provincial dollars to start flowing towards private lands protection through mitigation or river retraining projects. And again, not necessarily ours to fund or ours to regulate, certainly our taxpayers and our property owners that we wish to support. So I took the liberty of drafting a letter just in case council wishes to agree with me and support the lobby effort for additional funding for some river retraining. And although not included with the package that I believe you received, we did receive some background materials, including a letter that had signatures from adjacent landowners. There was quite a few on that roadway that signed on behalf of the applicant because they're not petitioning us for money. And there's private names and addresses and phone numbers. We left it out, but if council wishes to see that, I can certainly email that to you, the long list of names. And Tracy Lynn, I don't see it in my agenda item, but was there, what? No, for sure, but do you remember the number of signatures? I know you'd included it. I printed this before you amended the agenda item. 58, okay, perfect. That was the number I was looking for. So yes, you bet. I printed this before it was amended after we left out the item itself. So that's showing support for that in that area. And you know, the reasons why the water moves, we're certainly not experts, although we do have someone sitting next to me that knows a lot about gravel and waterways. So I was very happy to have him there when we met with the landowner because he was able to provide them background on that road, the impacts from the flooding in that area. And you know, there were some few housekeeping items that we were able to put into our planning for next year that will, I think, address some of it from a roads perspective, but we can't do anything about that private land loss. So this letter is an effort to support our ratepayer in that area and see if we can get some grant dollars flowing this direction for some river retraining. And I'll turn that back over to you, Reeve Lougheed, and the recommendation is that council endorses a letter of support as presented or as amended. If there's something else you wish to add, feel free.
Thank you. Questions from council? concerns? I'll go to Councillor Swanson first.
You have suggested that this could be a conversation with municipal affairs, but how, with the change, I mean, Reeve has already suggested that there could be a change at that point in time, so we may have to re-educate. In your past experience, has there ever been, like, how long a period has there been from an application to a possible funding? Has it been longer than a year? Has it been longer than 6 months? Do you have an idea? I'm just curious on that end of things.
And I don't have any experience with DRP previous to this one. The last DRP that Clarendon County applied for was back in 2013 flooding. And those, I don't anticipate it taking a year. I would expect under 6 months, but again, it's at the discretion of the minister. In terms of the perpetual education process, that is something we're familiar with in municipal government for sure. You know, as cabinets shuffle, as elections take place, it's always a re-education. This particular landowner has been trying to lobby for this since the late 60s, from my understanding. This is not a new item for them. They just experienced a more significant land loss this time around, but they've been consistently having their property eroding year over year. You know, the reason for the water moving from the main channel to the back channel, again, I'm not a waterways expert to be able to speak to that, but certainly something they're experiencing and wishing to have some support at the provincial level. So it may very well be a re-education process in a few months if that's the case. But I think the letter of support, whether it's to Minister McIver or the next minister coming across that desk, if it was to shuffle, would still be in their files, at least to take a look at, if they so choose.
And I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I have two questions. First, is there a downside to us providing this letter of support?
The only downside I could see is saturation with letters, and if this is a priority or not for the council. If we wrote a letter to the minister every week, they may start to not to look at them. I don't think that we're at that level. That's really the only downside I could think of, is if we're consistently a letter writing effort, that would be perhaps perceived negatively at the provincial level. This is a first of this kind that I am aware of, and I can't recall the last one we would have sent to Minister McIver asking for something. Also, as an organization, and it's been a philosophy in terms of even grant applications, we don't apply for grants unless we believe it's warranted and that we're likely to get the grant. We've had other disasters this year that were less dollar value significant loss to the county that we chose not to apply for DRP funding, which we probably could have under policy, but administratively we met and discussed, and perhaps it wasn't going to be a fit. We weren't going to qualify anyway, so why bother them with that kind of application? So really the only downside I could see would be if we were inundating them with information, but I don't think that's the case.
Okay, thank you. All right, my second question is that this side channel that approaches Range Road 6-4, I'm not familiar with the terrain there. How serious is the risk that that could become the main channel and take out that road?
Again, not being a water expert, I would have to defer that to somebody with that level of expertise. My opinion, which wouldn't be based on anything other than what I could see, is that water does, in high water events, come up to the roadway. There is some, and I don't know if it's class 1 riprap along the shore bank to mitigate that from a previous flooding event. That may or may not have been eroded during the recent flooding. That'll be that housekeeping item that might be part of the capital budget or even operational budget next year to touch that area up. So there is risk to the road just based on the water movement, certainly. And but where it's going to go is probably anybody's guess in terms of how fast and far it moves. And if CAO Emmons has any further input, it's likely a risk to the roadway, which is why we did apply for that DRP to make sure that we're part of that process in trying to get that money flowing towards those repairs. And I was just thinking about your question earlier as well, if I may, Councillor Ratcliffe, about any other downsides. And expectation management, I guess, is the other one, is the public's expectation of how the municipality's role in participating in a project like a river retraining. Like, we could become part of that process if funding comes that way, but there could be an expectation of partial funding or dollars flowing to that project as well. So I guess that public expectation management would be another downside to providing a letter of support. We're not saying we're spending any money in doing this letter. We're just saying that we support the lobby effort for federal and provincial money to come this way. But just making sure that we're clear to the public in terms of what we're asking for.
Thank you.
And we'll go to Division 2, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I personally fully support what this resident is trying to do and needs to do, and I would support this letter just as it's presented, and I think it looks good. I won't make a motion because there's more discussion.
Thank you. And we'll go to Division 1, please.
Thank you, Reeve. My question is very similar to Councillor Radcliffe's, and just if there's any other unintended consequences of us supporting something like this. For us to have that river retrained, are we diverting it into somebody else's field, and then that's gonna be a problem on that end, and et cetera? Like, I don't want us to not look at other consequences of us doing this.
Yeah, and absolutely. That's a great question, Councillor Melhoff, and I don't disagree, and I believe that a study would be part of that process. And there has been some flood mitigation studies done in the province and in our area, but they've focused really heavily around the urban areas. So unfortunately, there hasn't been a study in that area to indicate that retraining is required, what impacts it would have, and I would anticipate that would be part of whatever grant funding process would be out there, is having that engineered and studied before they do any work. I don't think we would just go in, other than immediate like recovery of a roadway, we wouldn't just go start throwing rock into a riverway until we knew exactly where it would go and what it would do. But again, I think water is one of those things where it seems to do what it wishes to do in some cases as well. So, but yeah, I'm gonna leave it at that. I don't disagree that that's something that would be meaningful as part of a study process.
May I have a follow-up?
Sure.
I'm curious with how this would work out, and I'm not sure if this is ag land or cultivated land, et cetera. If these individuals that this was their business, like if they had lost their shop, they are potentially insured for it. But I mean, if you're losing the land in which you're using for agricultural purposes, a cultivated land or pasture land, the government just doesn't see that as valuable. Like, that should be insurable also, because that's an insurable loss to your business that is agriculture. Is that just not in the legislation?
The way and again, another great question, and one I actually asked of the DRP rep that was assigned to our application. And the way they described it to me was, previous experience with DRP funding, a golf course, for instance. They lose a couple of holes to flooding, that may not be mitigated. But if they had some sort of trail or asphalt trails built within that golf course, that would be considered infrastructure improvement to the land and may be covered under DRP if the DRP program isn't covered in general. So there was kind of a bit of variation in terms of the answer that I got. It depends. And again, that's why this one property was included, where it didn't necessarily meet the requirements. But if you read the DRP rules as given, it would be, has to be your permanent residence, area of permanent residence. So you have to live there. So if it's a seasonal property, it would not be covered. Like, so if you had a seasonal property on a river and you had a house in Calgary, you would not be getting DRP funding for your second home. So even private property that may or may not be insurable, like a house, may not be covered under DRP. And so if you don't have a residence on it or a business that's operating, in that case, it's up to the DRP's discretion in terms of what's considered infrastructure or improvement to the land. So perhaps a good argument can be made if it was agricultural land. It wasn't used for agricultural land, this parcel in particular, but a future application, maybe they would consider it. But I've got a few maybes and it depends. So I'm not super clear on the answer, but if you read the DRP in its black and white form, it would say no, it wouldn't be covered.
Wow, thank you.
And I will go to Councillor Green, but I have one quick question, and maybe somewhat unfair, but it's going to understand the DRP. Is this one event-specific, or is it some part of a provincial contingency? Is there a fund that sits there for this kind of thing, or is this just specific to an event?
Gotcha, and from my understanding, the province carries a contingency similar to what Clearwater County does at a whole different scope than ours, of course. So sometimes DRP funding is dependent on the scope and scale of other emergencies that have been experienced in the province and how they're going to fund them. So it was a relatively quieter emergency management season for the province, so perhaps that plays into the advantage. In terms of this application itself, it would be considered along with other municipalities' localized flooding for that period of time. So whether it's weather or rain event, they kind of lump them all together and make a consideration, I believe, based on the collective. So they could be waiting for pieces of information to come from other jurisdictions. But we're all kind of bound by those 90-day deadlines that are in the DRP application. So they should have everything they need to be able to make a decision. So hopefully it's forthcoming, but I will be following up just to hope to try and get some action in terms of a decision one way or another. And, you know, the decision might be that no, they choose not to fund it for the scope is too small, or they don't have any funds left in their contingency. I'm not sure.
Thank you so much. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I'd like to make a motion that council endorses the letter of support for flood mitigation for private property as presented.
Thank you. Further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you again. I believe that carries us on to what is going to be 9.2 then, I believe, and that's as a delegation from Rocky Mountain House Volunteer Search and Rescue, and it's their 2022 update. So we'll welcome the delegation in, and maybe we'll start with a round of introductions again, and we'll go to Division 1.
Thank you, Reeve. Good afternoon. Good to see you guys again. Jenny Melhoff, the Councillor for Division 1.
Hello, Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good afternoon, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor.
Good afternoon. Daryl Lougheed, Councillor for Division 3 in Reeve.
Good afternoon, Neil Ratcliffe, Councillor for Division 5.
Welcome. Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Hi, Division 7 Councillor Michelle Swanson.
Good afternoon, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Hello, I'm Christine Haggard. I'm Clearwater County's Director of Emergency and Legislative Services.
Good afternoon, Rick Emmons, CAO.
Good afternoon, John Leatis, Fire Chief.
Evan Stewart, Deputy Chief Operations.
Eric Brownard, President, Rocky Mountain House Search and Rescue.
And Jennifer Larson, Rocky Mountain House Search and Rescue, Treasurer.
Well, thank you very much for joining us today, and I believe you have a presentation for us, so I'll turn the floor across to you and look forward to what you have to tell us.
Okay. Okay, so as it says, we are Rocky Search and Rescue, and that's our theme, is to bring them home. So our objectives today is just give you guys a brief history, some roles and responsibilities of our team, and how we, Rocky SAR, work collaboratively with not just Clearwater Fire, but other responders in the area. Okay, so we were established in 1991. Currently we have 43 members on our team, 33 of which are operational, 10 support. It just means that those guys don't necessarily go out on the calls with us. They're just there to help us out if we need coffee on a call or if we just need extra manpower. We are 100% volunteer. We do this on the side of our desks. And our funding is entirely through donations and grants such as one that we get from Clearwater County. We have various trainings and disciplines that we do, primary being search skills. We also do tracking, mountain rescue, technical rope rescue, avalanche, swift water rescue, ice rescue, boat operations. We got a few toys, OHVs and UTVs and snowmobiles. We also conduct helicopter rescues. As you can see in the photo, that's called helicopter external cargo, so that's just hanging underneath. But sometimes we do fly into places and just land nearby somebody. As well, we are trained up in the ICS system, and I think it's inherent to the job, but we are wilderness first aiders as well. And there's a note at the bottom there you guys can see. Recently, SAR core training competency standards have been developed nationally, and that's slowly rolling into Alberta through SAR Alberta. Over the past 5 years, this slide details, we've seen a decrease this year in the number of calls that we've had. To date, we've actually had one more, so we've had 26 versus in the 40s for the last few years as we've seen visitation. As you guys are well aware of, visitation spiked in the last few years. We had a lot of calls. Just this year, it's dropped off quite a bit. And then our incidents by month, this is for the last 10 years. Obviously, July and August are our busiest, but we do get a lot of New Year's and people trying out Christmas gear coming out in January. So, but generally speaking, our busiest time is May through September. And then weekends are obviously our busiest time of day, and typically our calls generally occur 3 p.m. onwards, once people decide they need to get home. So the jurisdiction for search and rescue in this province does rely with RCMP. The only place where that doesn't exist, at least for rescue services, is in Kananaskis country. There's a trained professional team funded by Alberta Environment and Parks down there, and they do about 400 rescues a year versus our 26. And then, but RCMP in that area is even still responsible for searches. And then within that, there is a definition of what is backcountry and what is front country. So front country operations are those that are road accessible, and the way I explain that to folks is just if you can drive a car to it, it's front country. Anything else is backcountry where there's no road access, and we need to get creative to get there, be it foot, OHV, boat, helicopter, what have you. So one of our successes that we've had is the water and ice rescue. This is a joint team. As you can see, that's a county boat. And I believe sitting in front there is Jen Larson. So it's about leveraging the limited resources that we have. So we do joint training in ice rescue, including advanced ice rescue. We do advanced or annual swiftwater training. And recently we did an advanced water rescue course with fire and VSAR. There's 2 fire members, 4 SAR members were on that training, and as far as I heard, it was pretty phenomenal. And then obviously boat training we do together, and then there is an interest based on this advanced water training to do vehicle extractions, given that it's a high risk, low frequency event in our area. And there's currently 16 members, 8 from each team, and then there's also support members on both sides. So like I said, working collaboratively, we all do that. This picture you're looking at here is a call that we had back at Cavalcade, and it was a pretty technical rope rescue. We had to drill in some new bolts and get folks off the hill. The guy broke his leg, I believe. Broke his ankle. So no one agency can do this together, so we do need to work together as an agency, in particular with rope rescues. If it's the North Saskatchewan River switchbacks out by Nordegg, does fire need SAR to come out and join them? And then what about missions that are just off the roads, say Crescent Falls, Round Falls, that can be quite technical in those areas, the SAR needed. And then even as far as search and rescue missions go, are drones required? Instead of us getting drones, we have used Clearwater Fire drones as recently as just a couple weeks ago, just to scan to see if we can find a missing hunter. And then of course, working together, fire has a lot more scene lighting than we do, and they're also really good at highway closures and landing helicopters, especially when it comes to stars and whatnot. And then again, the water rescue, which I already mentioned.
Would there be an opportunity for a question? Councillor Melhoff?
Oh,
yeah, go ahead.
Okay. With regards to your, just going back to the jurisdictional piece, SAR recently was removed from the emergency response plan with the province. How does that affect your deployment and dispatch models? And if the province switches to APPS, what happens to SAR?
That's a question for SAR Alberta. Locally, we're dealing, I get into that in the next slide, but we're just dealing with dispatching issues anyways here. Just because our CMP responds to different than EMS and fire. And it's just we have a template that we have provided to fire as well as to our CMP. And that template provides them on how they can get us going. And it's kind of worked to get us going a little faster, so.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Please.
Yep.
With the province, originally, when the Conservatives were brought into power, part of their campaign promise was for reliable funding for SAR Alberta to distribute out to the SAR teams. Has that come to fruition?
SAR Alberta is working on a NIF grant. Where they are in that NIF grant, I can't say. That's a provincial initiative. So.
Okay, thank you.
Continue on, please. Sure.
Okay, thank you. So some achievements that we do have with the county is that we have developed an MOU between fire and us. It clarifies roles, responsibilities, front country, back country response. We have implemented the joint water rescue team, which is a pretty phenomenal success story. We do share the facilities out at the Nordegg Public Service Building. I'm very grateful for that. And then we have used Station 60 for some training events where we've had a few more people and we needed a dry place to practice. And then with Nordegg, we bundled our resources. A few members on fire are also on SAR. And then we do help out with obviously the pancake breakfasts, community events, and even something like the Freezing for a Reason Polar Bear Dip is a joint effort on the safety side from fire and from SAR. So as mentioned earlier, communication challenges, EMS, fire, police, they all have different dispatching. When police dispatch us, it causes a bit of an issue. Sometimes they call us directly and then we have to contact Red Deer County and get us dispatched. And so there's a bit of challenges there. But we have met with all parties and like I said, we have a template in place that has worked so far. One recent challenge is the Alberta First Responder Radio Communications or AFRACs. Fire's already on it. We are on the repeater system that's not going to be maintained anymore, but we have 2 radios right now that we are utilizing that the county has loaned us. So we're using those and on our search recently, they worked really well. And then our own legacy systems work just as fine. So it's not too much of an issue yet. The radio system is new, so we're all still navigating the challenges of communicating with that. And then as part of our ask for funding down the road here, we will be requesting funds for leasing the radios in next year's budget. So and then some of our next steps, we are currently working on some pre-plans on our end for high use areas such as Crescent Falls, Abraham Lake, a few other hot spots around falls. We are working with our partners on more timely dispatching and then obviously improving the communications with our radio systems. And then just continuing to work in partnership with all emergency responses, and we will continue to seek funding from the county here.
And there may be a question from Councillor Ratcliffe.
Sure.
Just getting back to the communications, will AFRACs provide all of the coverage that you have on the current system now?
With the current system, because it's not going to be maintained down the road, we can still utilize it, but with the AFRACs, what it does is it allows us to communicate with fire, it allows us to communicate with RCMP, Fish and Wildlife Conservation, because there is some common talk channels on those radios, and then it'll enhance our reliability. There are dead zones out there for all radios, the digital cliff they call it. But it's as long as you know where you are and you can turn to the right channel, you can mostly avoid that. But really, it'll definitely help us. And we'll be the only SAR team in the province that's actively looking at this right now.
Okay, so you won't lose any coverage area by switching?
No,
Okay,
no, it'll enhance it a bit, so.
okay,
Yeah.
great, thank you.
Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Are you able to give us a little bit of a breakdown of your budget request for the 2023 budget cycle? I know that Ms. Haggart had presented just a number. Are you able to give us a little bit of a breakdown of what the number represents?
I'll pass that to Jen.
There you go. A bit, mainly our ask in the past has been for more covering our operational costs and just kind of keeping our doors open, lights on type of thing. And then we've also had a chunk of change in there that we put towards the swift water rescue, specifically the joint team. And whether that went to training or equipment that we needed for SAR to address that. We also, last time we had an ask for some funding specifically for helicopter training, so which has been reallocated just because of where we're at with things here this year. Next year, it's going to probably be pretty similar. We've been looking harder at our numbers, and so we have our operational costs, but we also have we haven't really been addressing our assets so much. And with the assets, I know the county has supported us a lot when we've gone and say bought SAR 1 or 4. We've received significant funds that we had matching grants with the SIP program for that, which is great. But it'd be kind of, we're trying to figure out and look at everything and maybe try to kind of annually try to get a lump sum of cash that we would put specifically towards assets. We're trying to, because if I look on past years, it really kind of fluctuates. Oh, we bought SAR 1 that year. Oh, we bought SAR 4, and it goes up and down and up and down, and just try to kind of get that a little bit more level with some financial planning. So that's our goal. As of like really specific numbers, I don't have those just yet, but I am working on this year's ask.
May I have a follow-up to that?
Sure.
It's my understanding that the actual missions,
Yes.
you're able to bill back to the RCMP.
Yes.
But anything else, you have to do grants and fundraising,
Right,
correct?
yeah, that's right. So, and what we're billing back to the RCMP is pretty minimal. So right now it's only mileage. I was talking to some teams in BC, and what they're able to bill back to the, I guess it's the RCMP there, their tasking agency. So they bill out, like say there's a cost per rescue truck just for leaving the door, like going out the door. And then your mileage on top of that, and then meals. And then like, so if it's a call over 4 hours and there's a meal automatically attached onto there. Right now it's just kind of like, if we have time to get one, we'll get one. Otherwise we're going hungry or eating what's in our pack.
Well, and yeah, your equipment is an expense as well, not just the mileage on the truck, so.
Exactly, right? So just, I think, yeah, we're looking hard at our numbers and trying to look towards other teams, even other provinces, and what they're doing and able to kind of capture, I guess, right? Or, yeah.
Perfect, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll go to Division 7, please, and then to Councillor Cermak.
Oh, sorry.
In regards to this Rocky SAR itself, I guess I'm looking at the volunteer numbers. Are you growing, maintaining, declining, aging? Much like everything else. And, you know, thanks for the statistics in regards to the last couple of years. Yeah, you guys have been run off your feet, 2020, 2021, with everything that's been going on. What do you see as a possible, if you are down in numbers, what are you doing to instigate or to help to recruit? I guess that's where I'm going.
Recruitment has always been a challenge because it is volunteer. Our biggest challenge, I guess, with that would be weekday responses when everybody's working is guys just can't take the time off work. Not everybody has that flexibility. Over time, I'll say we've declined. I've been told that back in the early 90s, even into the late 90s, we had hundreds of members, but that was when our focus was strictly search and zero rescue. But nowadays, just even trying to retain members is just a challenge because it's the nature of the work, I'll call it the untimeliness of it. Folks get a bit, discouraged when it's always at supper time. You're going out, there's never that nice, it's 10 o'clock in the morning, I'm ready, I'm showered, I can go out. It's always at those inopportune times, which it is what it is. But, you know, and then just with how we operate and the infrequent nature of it, people just come in, they think it's great, and I'm a member of Rocky Sar now, and in 6 months we may not get a call. So then they just, that's cool, we'll see you guys later. So how we're doing that, we're working on it a little bit. It's more of a winter project for us to focus on that. We may have something coming out in the spring. I don't quite know. Our membership director and I are kind of working on just something on the side, but it's more just we want to make something flashy and get folks interested again. The challenge is that we are in a county with a fixed population. Most people do know us, and most of the people that we do go after are not necessarily residents of the county. So it's trying to encourage county folks to join us is a challenge. It's also, it's hard when people join, and we've had a few people from further out. I live 20K from town, and I often am not able to get to the truck in time. Whereas if people are living a little further beyond that, they realize they can't respond if they're 25, 30 kilometers out of town, or even if they're in Nordegg and they're tied up hiking or whatever, and they can't respond, it's a challenge for them and they just won't show up. So it's with any volunteer organization, volunteer burnout is a thing, and we're not quite there yet, but hopefully we can avoid it, so.
Additional questions? Well, again, thank you so much for joining us today and giving us an update. Your presentation was excellent. And also, thank you so much for all the work you do, making sure our backcountry is a place where adventure begins and not a place where adventure ends. So we do appreciate what all you do. Looking for a motion to accept the presentation for information. Councillor Cermak, all those in favor? And that's carried. Again, thank you for joining us today.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thanks for having us. Yeah.
And I think that takes us to one of the last items on our list here, and that will be in closed session. So I would be looking for a motion for council to go into closed session. Councillor Ratcliffe, all those in favor? And that's carried.
This is off that, right? This is not new yet.
I hope this is not up for the, welcome back from our closed session. We will have, I believe, a motion coming out of closed session. Would anybody be willing to make that motion? Councillor Melhoff, please.
I would be willing to motion that council directs administration to proceed with negotiating a new school resource officer agreement with partner agencies, Wild Rose School Division and the town of Rocky Mountain House in order to maintain the existing SRO service levels and/or with adjustments for moderate service level changes and efficiencies.
Thank you for that. Further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. That takes us to the end of our agenda today, I believe, so I would be looking for a motion for adjournment. Deputy Reeve Northcott, all those in favor? Thank you so much for joining us today. Have a great fall week. Oh, yes, and I should mention that there is a grand opening for the Leslieville Public Services Building this late afternoon, evening. Hope to see you all there.